Hello there, good evening. Kento. What is this music? A jam. What is this? The title is Death, and then in oh, whatever that is from Stupefaction. Death from Stupefaction is the music title. Let's see. At least if you're talking about this current one. I don't know when you said that. Okay. Where did I put the game? There it is. Death from Stupefaction. Yep. Yep. Hey there, Otavio. Or wait. Sorry, I read that wrong. It's Death from Stupefaction. There we go. I'll just post the title in chat. I read that wrong the first time. Imagine if I could read. Oh, it did the emote. I love that emote. Death. I see you zing me? Wait, what? What do you mean zing? I don't know what you mean by zing. I saw what you put in the Discord and I was like, no you. It sounds like watch. Oh, I see. Oh my. I was like watching your stream. Oof. I can't believe you've done this. Oh, I need to. There we go. Game capture. There we go. So that Eidolon game that I played yesterday, the Idol MMO, that I started for the first time yesterday, I now have 14.2 hours in it. I may have a little bit of a problem. Just a little bit. It's okay. Nothing to worry about. Did I try the other two demos? I did. I went through both of them. My Friendly Neighborhood was it was interesting, but it sort of just throws you into the middle of the story, and I had not very much idea what was going on. So it was neat, but I'm missing a lot of background lore and whatnot. Oh, Mondays are Fumo only. Yeah, I am permanently Fumo'd Monday. For some cozy story reading. These are kind of slamming the monetization on it. Well, maybe it's because I started playing during the event. I mean, I haven't really had to worry about that, or maybe the monetization comes into play more at later levels. I don't know. But I mean, it's fun so far. Fumo, yes. I am the Fumoheimer. Oh, right. And then Lies of P, I was not happy with. Everything but the gameplay seemed pretty good. But that's the thing. The gameplay was not very good. It was really stiff. Yeah. You got your new couch? How's your new couch? It was later? Okay. So, like, later you run into monetization stuff? I mean, I can see that. Stuff takes longer and longer, and maybe you want to make it shorter with monetization, or maybe something like that. So far, so good. So, oh, so far, so, yeah. Okay, how's your noodles? Mm. So far, so good. Get out. Oh my. You hard game, you're trying so much, so good. Oh boy. But if you're actually trying out Soma, it's a pretty neat horror game. I played it last year for well, during October. Neat. Pecco, yeah. Yes, puns. Bring pain to everyone. In a fun way. Including the person who makes them. Are you seeing these emotes? That's a good question. Well, if you don't have the extension installed in your browser, that could be why. We use both 7TV and BTTV. Or you might be able to get them both with Franker Face Z, I think. Oh, you think BTTV didn't install? I see. It is an issue of skill. See. Okay, so we should be able to finish episode 4 today. And I assume get through the tea parties unless they're extremely long, because I feel like we're at the very end of the episode. I think we should have plenty of time for everything. Where were we? I think everybody was dead. Yeah. I mean, Battler was still alive. And then, of course, Kinzo, Ronobe, the Chester sisters. Anyway, all of the villains are still alive, of course. We'd have all 3 installed. I mean, you could try reloading the page, maybe? I don't know. That is strange. I mean, unless maybe something changed in their settings on Twitch? I don't know. Sometimes I think one of the settings changes. I don't know. Reloading worked? Awesome. Awesome. Awesome possum. See. So, wait, Maria's left as well, right? Yeah. Oh, right. Battler and Maria were both going for their tests, and Battler had some kind of sin that I can't remember what that's about. And Game Board Beatrice got all sad about him not remembering. Supposed to be the reason why everybody died, or at least part of the reason. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, everybody died. Battler has a sin. We haven't seen Maria yet. How do you solve a problem like Maria? Very carefully. The study was in the middle of a lively party. It seemed that Gop was making fun of Virgilia, having tripped her up in some stupid way. They were spitting Leah, 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 and Gap, Gap, Gap at each other. With this as a sideshow, Kinzo and Ronove had opened a new bottle.
おお、戻ったか。どうであったか、バトラのテストの結果は。マリアのテストは文句なしに合格点であったぞ。
Maria's test got passing marks with no complaints.
あやつを小娘小娘とわしは長いこと侮っていたが、これはどうしていやはやなかなか。
It seemed like Kinzo was dead drunk. Facing Beato, who had returned, he laughed with the same level of tension as the time they left for the tests. However, Ronove and Virgilia instantly noticed the change in enthusiasm. Gop also froze her expression and went silent.
どうしたベアトリーチェよ、我が最愛の魔女よ。
Oh yeah, Beatrice is probably not very happy.
酒が足りぬか、魚が足りぬか。土砂降りを浴びながら牛でも丸焼きにしようか。おお、悪くない。ロノウェ、早速準備をせよ。ベアトリーチェよ、バトラのテスト結果は後だ。まずはスペアリブで乾杯といこうではないか。
お前が丸焼きになるがよい。
Ooh. Oh, she really upset.
何？
The witch, who had spoken bluntly, coldly passed by Kinzo's side as he doubled over laughing in a great mood. Then, behind the witch's back, the old summoner's body suddenly went up in flames. Oh snap, she really upset. Is listening and not reading what he's saying, but he sounds like an asshole. Yeah, in this episode, I like to call him Darth Kinzo. But dang, he did not have a very good end. Well, you know what? I just realized I forget if it was the same in episode 2, but I think it would in episode 1, 3, and now 4? Or was it episode 1, 2, and 4? I don't know. Kinzo always dies by fire. Or at least his body gets burnt. I don't know if that's important. Oh wait, Kinzo was left alive on episode 2. Oh, okay. Well, still, all the other times he dies by fire, or at least gets burnt. Because the episode 1 was an incinerator. Episode 3, he was also burnt to death in this same CG, I think. Yeah, until the end when he was eaten by goats. And now he dies by fire again. Ouch. As crimson flames spat from his eyes, mouth, nose, every hole on his body, Kinzo rolled around. So three, he was also left in the incinerator for the relatives to find. Yeah. It's so dramatic. Well, I mean, if you were suddenly lit on fire or yeah, suddenly lit on fire by someone you thought was a friend, I mean, you'd probably act about the same way, maybe. Even though it was a terrible hellfire, it didn't burn anything except Kinzo. Kinzo didn't have a clue what was going on. Unable to understand why Beatrice, who had been in such a good mood, had suddenly turned so cold, he rolled around. The dancing silhouettes of the witch and demons created by that massive rolling torch looked like a group of excited spectators around a burning at the stake. However, the eyes of the demons who watched over it were indifferent. When Kinzo finally stopped moving, the fire disappeared, leaving a pitch-black corpse. The inside of the room was commanded by the stillness of the sound of the rain.
どうなさいましたか、お嬢様。
For them, this is just another Tuesday.
今日が冷めた。その邪魔な燃えかすを片付けよ。
Beatrice's expression was unbelievably indifferent. There was an iciness that might easily bring the others to the same fate as Kinzo if they annoyed her.
ええ、私が片付けるわ。
Gop made a jet-black pitfall swallow up Kinzo's cinders. If she hadn't carried that out quickly, Gop might also have been burned. You could even feel that thirst for blood. No, a thirst for blood probably isn't the best way to describe it. Just like humans don't have any particular emotion when they step on an ant while they're walking. That was how much unconsciously and mercilessly Beato was now filled with a brutal emptiness that wouldn't hesitate at burying a passerby.
どうしたのです、ベアト。答えたくない。いや、答えるのももはやめんどくさい。
Endoksai.
どうしたのよ、らしくもなく。何かあったの？バトラが何か
Oh. Oh snap, yeah, you said a bit too much there, Gop. Beatrice didn't even answer. It seemed that she even ignored it. But there was a change in Gop. From her feet, a creaking, cracking sound rose, like thin ice breaking, and in an instant turned Gop into a glass sculpture.
しばらく消えろ。大変に不機嫌だ。
Yeah, I think we can see. I think we can see you're in a very bad mood. Beatrice spoke that, in a truly cold voice, which could freeze the heart just by hearing it. Mind the Gop. Ah! I see you're in a very punny mood today.
かしこまりました。それでは私どもはこれでおいとまさせていただきます。何かございましたらいつでもお呼びを。
After bowing, Ronove turned into a cloud of gold butterflies and hid himself. After turning Gop, who had become a sculpture, into a cloud of gold butterflies. Virgilia also turned into a cloud, which mixed in with the others and disappeared. In the study made untidy by drinking, Beatrice stood still, alone. Since the time she had returned, her expression hadn't changed in the slightest. However, when she saw the fallen empty wine bottles and scattered cheese plates, her brow furrowed. She looked a bit displeased. And when she whispered, "Disappear," in that instant, the room was cleaned up in a flash, as though nothing had happened. The reception chairs were neatly arranged, and there was no wine or cheese. There were no stains or scattered trash either. To the contrary, even the air had frozen over, and enough to make one doubt whether a large number of noisy people really had been in this room until a short while ago. The study had returned to silence. In that silent, frigid study, where even the air had frozen, Beatrice stood still. Then she called, muttering.
バトラ、いるか。
さっきからいるぜ。何なんだ一体お前は。さっきから変だぜ。
Now, what's going on?
変に見えるか。それはすまぬな。
あれだけ上機嫌に酒を酌み交わしていたクソジジイをいきなり焼き捨て。お前の友人の悪魔女もガラスの彫像、悪魔の執事もお師匠も消えろの一言でさっさと出てけだ。お前どんだけ気まぐれでわがままなんだか。
バトラ、もうやめた。
何を。
わらわはもう飽きた。
はあ？そりゃまあ、お前が追っ始めたゲームだぜ。
Battler, his name or his title? That's his name. Yeah. It is a rather unique name.
飽きてくれて助かるってもんさ。つまるところ投了ってわけだな。
投了などではない。ただ終わるだけだ。いや、終わりもしない。このままゲームが永遠に放棄されるだけだ。
そういうのを投了って言うんじゃねえのかよ。いや、飽きて放り出すって言葉がお前にはぴったりだな。
その通りだ。飽きたから放り出す。あとは知らぬ。そのまま放置されて好きに誇りでもかぶればいい。
I feel like this doesn't mean what Battler thinks it means.
お前どうしたんだ。なんだかさっきからやりにくいぜ。まださっきのわけのわかんねえテストのことで尾を引いてるのかよ。俺に恨みがあるならはっきり言えばいいじゃねえか。お前は赤で自分とは関係ないなんて言ってみせたが、どうせ言葉遊びだろ。俺を恨んでるってな。
お前に恨みなどないと何度言えばわかるのか。わらわはそなたが罪を残したその当時に存在しておらぬ。
Is it really not a play on words? I remember thinking that maybe whoever she was before becoming Beatrice had a grudge with with Battler. As Beato spoke with an offended expression, her face twisted to look even more displeased. Fickle, inconsistent, moody, temperamental, selfish and simple-minded and cruel. But even so, she hadn't shown an expression as strange as this even once until now.
ま、お前がふっかけてきたゲームだ。俺も決着がつかねえのは残念だが、気が向いたらぜひまた誘ってくれよな。そん時は謹んでご辞退させてもらうけどよ。
Playing a game that's so buggy but you want to see it through? Oh, what game is that? He intentionally spoke in a mocking tone, but Beato showed no reaction. Battler hung his head and clicked his tongue. Raji? Huh, I've never heard of that. Raji in the Ancient Epic. Apparently it's rated 9 out of 10 on Steam. Or well, here it says 84-85% reviews positive. Huh. You're having a rough time with it? What is this even about? Action-adventure game set in ancient India. Someone named Raji's been chosen by the gods to stand against the demonic invasion of the human realm. Destiny to rescue her younger brother and face the demon lord Mahabalasura. Interesting. Beautiful, and you learn a lot about Hindi culture, but it keeps crashing and soft locking. Oof. I don't know. Have you checked the Steam forums or the discussion pages, whatever? Sometimes they can help. I imagine. I don't know if it has a rating that good. I would imagine it's probably something. Oh, you're playing the iOS version. Yeah, maybe that's why. Especially if you don't have like one of the newer iPhones, maybe, I don't know what version you have, but maybe it just isn't enough to keep up with it. Anyway, Battler hung his head and clicked his tongue.
何度も何度も10月4日と5日をぐるぐる過ごしたわけだが、ようやくこれでお役御免だな。これだ。明後日には船が来る。
The boat will come tomorrow. Will it though? If she abandons the game for all eternity, won't that just put you in limbo?
そうさ。そして船着き場には海猫も戻ってくる。俺はようやく六軒島名物のあのニャーニャーいう鳴き声を聞けるわけだ。何しろ島に来た時は天気のせいか全然いなかったからな。
Oh, I guess that could be, yeah, maybe because of the weather. I think I remember hearing that, I don't know if it's all birds or just seagulls tend to be attuned to the weather, and they will leave the area before a big storm happens.
ウミネコの鳴く頃に全ては終わるってわけだ。
Title drop!
終わり終わり。おしまいおしまい。せいせいすら。
何をそなたは勘違いしておるのか。
Oh boy.
ん？何をだって？
何も終わらぬとわらわは言ったぞ。これにて全ては放置される。ゲームは忘れられ、盤上の駒はそのままに放置される。
Yeah, eternal limbo, right?
進みも戻りも取りも取られもしない。勝ちもなく負けもなく引き分けすらもない。ただ放置されるのだ。
つまりはおしまいってことだろ？
違う。わらわの手番にて永遠にゲームが止まる。そなたの番は来ない。だから勝ちも負けも引き分けもない。かつてのわらわはそなたにそうされるわけにはいかなかった。そなたに勝つという目的があったからだ。しかしそれに興味を失った。だからこれ以上手番を進める意味がもう何もない。
Why did the test suddenly make her lose interest? What have I missed earlier? 'Cause I know, Octavio, you said that his sin was stated in one of the past episodes. So, I cannot for the life of me remember what it was.
俺に手番が来ないというのはどういう意味なんだ？
I thought that Beato getting tired of the game meant I'd be released, and that I'd be able to escape Rakanjima. But for some reason, Beato's repeated words about the difference between abandoning the game and settling it caught my attention. Yeah, a little slow on the uptake there, Battler? Wait, is it... Wait a minute. It's not that Battler is incompetent. Is that his sin? Just what is it she's been saying? And why the bad mood? At that time, I suddenly heard a voice from behind me. When I turned around, there was someone I thought I might or might not remember from somewhere. A mysterious girl with no light in her eyes was standing there. Bernkastel?
その子が言っているのはこういう意味よ。このゲームが駒をそのままに蓋を閉じられるということ。ゲームは終わらないまま永遠に留め置かれる。
あんたが元の世界へ戻ることのできる唯一の方法はベアトに勝利することだけ。つまりベアトがゲームを放棄しちゃうってことはわかる？
Wakaru. Suddenly, in a different place, was a girl wearing a bright pink dress. I had a feeling I'd met her somewhere too, but I couldn't remember. More important was the meaning of her words. If the game is abandoned, then... Huh?
そういうことよ。勝負は敵味方が揃わなきゃ決着しない。あなたにはもう永遠に勝利してこの世界から抜け出すことができないということよ。
さしずめ、あなたを閉じ込めた檻の鍵を鳩の首輪にでもくくりつけて飛ばしてしまうようなものかしら。冗談じゃないわ、ベアト。そんなつまらないゲームを見に私たちははるばるここまで来たわけじゃないのよ。
Huh? I thought Lambda Delta would love this, because that means that Burncastle can't leave either.
これでゲームをお開きなんて冗談じゃないわ。
ラムダに同じよ。私はバトラーを勝利させ、あなたを敗北させてのたうち回らせるためにやってきたのよ。
No, you think Burn can leave? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I guess there's nothing actually keeping her locked in there. Yeah, Burncastle's only there to, well, like she says, make Battler win. And make her writhe in defeat.
まだその目的を達していない。こんなところでゲーム放棄されて逃げ出されたんじゃたまらないわ。
Well, I guess Burncastle does have a lot of patience, so she would lock herself in there. But if it's just going to be abandoned for all eternity, then yeah, she'll just leave. And then Lambda Delta won't be happy. Why is Beatrice giving up?
キョーラを失望させるゲームの幕切れとなったことは認めよう。しかしこの茶会のホストたるわらわは何しろ気まぐれ。今日が覚めればもてなす術など知らぬ。もとよりそれがわらわの魔女たるゆえんのはず。
But Meta Beatrice, this Beatrice, is supposed to get her powers from Lambda Delta, I think. So...
何も問題はなかろう。
確かにあなたの教義には反しないわ。
私は認めないわよ。ふざけんじゃないわよ。あんたにどんだけ肩入れしたと思ってんのよ。ここまでお膳立てさせてこれではいおしまい。ふざけんじゃないわよ。
わらわは飽きたと。そう、それ以上も以下もない。
そうはいかないわよ。あんたにはこのゲームを続けてもらうわ。バトラーに勝利したいんでしょ。勝って屈服させたいんでしょ。もう一息じゃない。ね
え。そこで俺に振るんじゃねえ。ただ俺にも意見はある。言わせてくれ。
何か。
Angie.
こいつはお前に売られた喧嘩だ。俺はお前とはっきり白黒をつける覚悟がある。何度か屈服しかけたが途中で逃げ出して勝負をうやむやにして逃げるつもりだけはさらさらねえ。俺がここにいて戦う意志を見せている以上逃げるんじゃねえ。 ベアトリーチェ。
同感だわ。バトラを巻き込んでおいて勝ちも負けも与えずに立ち去るなんて無責任にも程がある。
Suddenly, even Gretel was there, and everyone was calling Beato irresponsible. But wouldn't Gretel, or well, Ange, wouldn't Ange love this, though? Because if Battler's trapped there, she can spend all eternity with him. Although they can't get the rest of her family back, I guess.
ほう。どうやらわらわが無責任だと罵られる最大の理由は、バトラが対戦相手としてとどまっているからということらしい。ならばバトラ、お前もまた、わらわと同様に対戦相手を降りてくれぬか。
And step down? Huh?
それでなら、わらわは批判されることもない。
Wait, what? Why is it, what?
俺が降りると六軒島を出られるのか？
出られるわけもなかろうが、勝手に誇りを浴びて肩にでも積もらせよ。
Okay, yeah, but nothing favorable to him.
ふざけないで。なんて無責任な人なの？あんたはこれだけ大勢の人間を殺した。しかも魔女の力によって何度も何度も。むごたらしい殺し方で、その責任を取らず逃げ出すなんて絶対に許せない。
責任。ほう。わらわはどのようにしてその責任とやらを取ればいいのか。
決着をつけるまで戦いなさい。バトラは正面の席に座り、あなたに打ち勝つまで決して諦めずに戦う。だからあなたも任されるまで戦いなさい。それが嫌ならバトラを任せてみせなさい。許さない。全てをうやむやにしてバトラーをこの席に放り出して永遠に閉じ込めて返さないなんて許さない。
グレーテル。
To be perfectly honest, I didn't really understand from what standpoint Gretel was trying to save me. But in her words, I could feel a strong determination to save me from this insane game world no matter what. So I responded in kind.
ベアト、こっちを向け。
Yo.
俺はここにいる。お前の正面のライバルの席だ。わかるな。俺がここに座り続ける限りお前に逃げは許さない。だから逃げるな。戦え。お前が始めた戦いだろうが、これだけ何度も何度も上等を決めやがってしっちゃかめっちゃかにやってくれたんだ。今さら秋田で終わらせられるかよ。俺はお前の対戦相手だ。俺がここにある限り逃げるなんて許さねえぞ。
Okay, how are you gonna stop her?
聞いてるのか、この無責任魔女め。なんとか言ってみろってんだ。
After I yelled at her, Beato went silent for a while. Whether my words had reached her, or whether she was thinking about something completely different, I couldn't tell. But for a while she was silent. gazing at me with an expression I could read no emotion from. And when she realized that I'd noticed, she averted her gaze. What? Then she turned her back to me and said this.
バトラが対戦相手をやめてくれぬ以上、このゲームを放棄することは認められぬと、キョーラはおっしゃるわけか。ならば問おう。そもそも、そこにいる男に、わらわの対戦相手たる資格があるのかどうか。
There's no way he was qualified, but you took him as your opponent anyway.
資格？
どうせさっきのテストとやらのことだぜ。
何をする気？
あんたまさか。
何？
これより、そなたにわらわの対戦相手たる資格があるかどうか、それを問う。よいか、バトラ。その資格が認められれば、わらわは席にとどまり、ゲームを続けよう。そして、勝敗の決着がつくまで、永遠に戦い続けることを約束しよう。
俺にはもとよりその覚悟はあるぜ。
しかし、その資格がなかったなら、そなたは消えよ。対戦相手が消えればゲームもない。わらわは堂々とここを立ち去れる。キョーラもよろしいか。口出しは無用。
どうぞお好きなように。
バトラー、あんたしっかり答えるのよ。
資格があるからこそ俺はここにいるんだろ。何も怯えることなんざねえぜ。
Oh, he thinks he's qualified. That's funny.
まさか。
Gretel grew suddenly pale. I'd thought her to be the calm, collected type, so that expression surprised me.
それではバトラ、赤で復唱してもらおう。
He has to repeat something in red?
お、俺に復唱要求ってか。俺のお箱を奪いやがって。しかし赤き真実って俺でもできるのか？どうやるんだ？
そうだと念じればできるわよ。簡単よ。
俺の名は後宮バトラ。おお、こりゃ面白えや。
Okay, so he can use the red truth now.
やめて！あんたの狙いは読めてるわ。でもそれはやめて。彼は。
Wait, what? When Gretel yelled, Beato glared at her. Then her form was wiped away in an instant.
うるさい。そなたはしばらく席を外せ。キョーラもであるぞ。口出しをするならば容赦せる。
Wait, what? How can Beatrice threaten Lambda Delta in Bernkastel? Unless it's something like since she's the owner of this space, maybe she can push them out and they can get back in eventually, but by then it'll be too late. And if that's the kind of logic we're going for here. But still, I thought Beatrice got her powers from Lambda Delta.
邪魔はしないの。どうぞご自由に。
ベル、まずいでしょうが。あいつ消す気よ、バトラを。
Trying to erase Battler. That is concerning.
なんだと。あいつ何を企んでやがる。
それでは資格を問うぞ。面白いな。普段のゲームは攻守が逆になった。これは最後の最後でとても貴重な体験だ。よいか、心してまずは聞け。まずはわらわが赤で語る。わらわは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ、そして後宮金蔵の孫後宮バトラと戦うためにこのゲームを開催した。
Okay.
そんなことは知ってるぜ。だからなんだ。
副賞要求。後宮バトラの母は後宮アスムである。
Oh?
はあ？そこでなんでお袋の名が出てくるんだよ。
Hmm. You know, Balor does have like the same hair color and eyes as Ange. Could he also have been Kyrie's child?
無駄口はいらぬ。ただ赤で副賞せよ。
Kyoto urged me with the same indifferent tone, but I don't have a clue what she's trying to do. I have absolutely nothing to feel guilty for that would trouble me if thrown in my face, and there's nothing that I'm hiding. There's nothing that could trouble me by demanding that I repeat it. So why do something like this?
いいぜ、復唱する。後宮バトラの母は後宮アスムである。
Okay, he was able to repeat it.
赤便利だな。戸籍抄本を持ってくる面倒もね
え。無駄口はいらぬ。続けるぞ。そなたの名は後宮バトラである。
うん。俺の名は後宮バトラだ。
後宮バトラは後宮アスムから生まれた。
Hmm?
後宮バトラは後宮アスムから生まれた。
Could his mother have cheated?
そなたは後宮アスムから生まれた。
Oh, wait. Is he saying he's a different Ushiromiya battler?
俺は後宮
What? Okay, the way I'm thinking of this right now is that since he can't repeat it, then he must not be Asumu's son. But, like, he has the same hair color and eyes as Ange. So either... Well, I wonder if maybe Rudolph had an affair with Kyrie like way before, and there was an original Ushiromi battler that either got either died or got lost somewhere, and we had this battler replace him, maybe? Huh, but that'd be weird. Because I assume Asumu didn't notice anything different. I think she still raised him well, at least from his memories. Oh. But what would that have to do with him being qualified? And because Rudolph is the one that is important here, being from the Ushiromi family. I mean, sucks that that wasn't actually his mom, I guess, but I don't know why that would make him less qualified. At that time, my throat suddenly closed. I was rapidly assaulted with a choking suffocation. What's going on? One more time.
俺は後宮アースムから生まれた。くそ。俺は後宮アースムから生まれた。なんだ。さっきまでは簡単にできてたのに、急に赤がうまくできなくなったぞ。
副将を拒否するの。
That was a note. Original Sprite Battler had black eyes. Okay. So then his eyes were different than Ange? Might just be Ryukishi's art style though? That could be. And does this have something to do with his sin? Is his sin that he was pretending to be the different Ushiromi battler? Huh. Ange had blue eyes? In the original? Yeah, because right here, well, I don't know. I can't really zoom in on that. But they seem to be like a bluish gray. In the original, yes. Okay, okay.
拒否なんかじゃねえ。なぜかうまくいかねえんだ。俺は後宮アースムから生まれたって。なんでだ。畜生、なんで赤が使えないんだ。そんなバカな。
My mom is Ushiromi Asumu, right? Why can't I say that fact in red? What's going on? This is...
語れぬ赤を無理に語ろうとすると窒息するぞ。無理をしなくてよい。以上の事実からわらわはそなたを青で追求させてもらう。
Oh dang, now she's using blue. Man, Battler barely even got to use the blue at all. And now she's using it to beat him.
覚えている？青は相手を否定する仮説を宣言するのに用いる。それは赤での否定が義務付けられ、それがない場合勝利となる。
Hmm.
ではマイルズ、以上の復唱要求並びに復唱拒否からわらわはそなたに対戦相手の資格がないことを宣言する。なぜならベアトリーチェ後宮金蔵の孫である後宮バトラと戦うためにゲームを開催したからだ。よって対戦相手であるそなたには後宮金蔵の孫である後宮バトラであることを赤で宣言する義務が生じる。
But he still could be Ushiromi Kinzo's grandchild, Ushiromi Battler. Just, like, as long as he's from Rudolph.
それに対する復唱をそなたは拒否した。これは資格の喪失を意味するものである。
Make a good point, but consider this battler's incompetent. That's true. Yeah, so she's using this to confuse him. Okay. Putting all the focus on his mother when that's not important because he's incompetent and can't tell the difference.
赤でそれの何かを否定するのよ。早く。
ああ。俺は後宮バトラだ。それを赤で復唱できている以上、俺はお前の対戦相手のはずだぜ。
Face palm. As long as he could say in red that he is Ushiromi Battler, Kinzo's grandchild, he would be fine.
そなたが後宮バトラの名を持つことは事実である。しかし人命は独占されたものではない。
Good lord, she's gaslighting him.
複数の人間が後宮バトラを名に持つことは可能である。すなわちこういうことだ。そなたは後宮アスムの息子後宮バトラと同姓同名の別人である。
なんだと。バカなこと言うんじゃねえ。俺はお袋の子だぞ。後宮アスムの子だ。俺は後宮アスムから畜生。なぜだ。なぜ俺がお袋から生まれたと言えないんだ。こんなバカなことがあるというのか。
苦しむことはない。わらわは遊ばぬ。これにてチェックメイト。
No, she's toying with him all right. At least, like I said, the obvious answer is to focus on the dad and the grandchild status. Darn it, Battler, why are you incompetent? I mean, it could be that he is actually a different person, but he hasn't even tried to say in red that he's the true grandchild or a true grandchild.
そなたは後宮アスムの息子ではない。
そんなバカ。
そなたは誰。後宮バトラーを名乗る何者なのか。
ちょっと待てよ。俺は後ろ宮バトラだ。俺は後ろ宮アスムから生まれた親父とおふくろの息子だ。
いいや、わらわの対戦相手たる後ろ宮バトラであるはずがない。その証拠に。
証拠だと。
そなたは6年前の罪を知らない。
Been 6 years ago. Huh.
それは。
いいや、真の後ろ宮バトラなら罪など犯さない。だが結果的に罪は起こり、6年の月日が空白となって、当時は何も知らぬ男が後ろ宮バトラを名乗って六軒島へ姿を現し、
Like, he couldn't be brainwashed or anything, right? I'm confused now. So she's... A true Ushiromiya battler would not have committed a sin, but a sin did occur in the end. That span of 6 years became a blank space, and a man who knew nothing of that time took on the name Ushiromiya Battler and appeared on Rakujima. What?
その真相はこうだ。
6 years ago, my opponent, the true Ushiromiya battler, was already dead. You were part of a plot by Rudolph having something to do with the distribution of the inheritance. A body double set up in Ushiromiya battler's place.
そんなバカなことがあるもんか。そんなバカなこ
That is
とが。
ridiculous. Yeah, I'm sure he must have either been switched at birth or very soon after. At least, as long as we assume that the red still is definitely true.
Battler, しっかりしなさい。
まあ言い返せないなら仕方がないよ。バトラにその資格はなく、そういうことよ。
ベル、それでいいの？それを認めちゃったらあんたも負けちゃうのよ。
あんたが勝っちゃうんでしょう。なんでバトラの肩を持ってるの？残念よ、バトラ。あなたにベアトリーチェの対戦相手たる資格がなかったなんて、とても残念。
Or he could say, or he could try saying in red that he has the qualifications to be Beatrice's opponent.
私もうかつだったわ。資格のない駒に貼ってたなんて。私の乾杯だわ、ベアトリーチェ。
負けも勝ちもない。ただ対戦相手が消えるだけで元からいなかったというべ
じゃあよ、俺は 誰なんだよ。
Incompetent.
俺は親父やおふくろの子じゃないのかよ。俺は誰なんだ。何なんだ。おふくろの子じゃないってんならなんだよ。縁もゆかりもない赤の他人の子だとかそう言い出すのかよ。
それならば金蔵の血は引いていないことになるな。いずれにせよそなたにこのゲームの対戦資格はない。
バカなバカな。
もうよい。もともとそなたが後ろ宮バトラでない可能性を多少は承知していたのだ。だから問わねばならなかった。本当のバトラなら知っていることを聞かねばならなかった。残念だ。そなたがひょっとしたら本当に後ろ宮バトラであるかもしれないとわらわも1000兆分の1の奇跡にかけたのだ。だがやはりそなたは同姓同名の別人だった。
Now, I can sort of sympathize with Battler being speechless here, because apparently, like, that was very important to him in the past, that he was Asumu's son, and, I mean, it's still definitely important to him here, as we can see. I mean, he was upset at his father for remarrying because it was like he was forgetting his mom, so like I said, he put a lot of importance on being Asumu's son. And being shown by something he believes is absolutely true that he is not Asumu's son. Yeah, it's understandable that he'd have a meltdown, but at the same time, it's like your existence is in trouble here. You gotta do something or you will just fade from existence. And he's not even trying any of the possible solutions, and it hurts to watch. Bit by bit, Battler's form began to be clouded in darkness. Hey there, small blue gem. Yeah, you can't even remember. Yeah, but remember what? I mean, it's completely possible, though, that he just forgot whatever that was. I mean, I can't remember what his sin was supposed to be. Yeah. I mean, maybe it was something that didn't seem obvious at the time? I don't know. No, maybe it was the other way around. The whole world was clouded in darkness, leaving only Battler. Maybe he is a different Battler. I mean, yeah, he still could be a different Battler, but he's... like, there are a few different other combinations he could try other than just trying to say he's Asumu's son. And him not trying those at all is what's bugging me. Battler was down on all fours, hanging his head and repeatedly questioning himself. However, he was not given an answer. In the world stained with darkness, Byato spoke something, and Lambda Delta ran up to him, yelling something very quickly. But it already seemed very far away, and it didn't reach Battler's ears. Poor incompetent Battler. Yeah. Then he, not knowing who he himself was, erased himself.
Bruh.
これで対戦相手は消えたな。それではこれで今日らも旅支度を整えられるがよい。我が領地にてもう何も催しは予定されていない。それではごきげんよう。さらばだ。
Without saying anything more, he clouded her own form in darkness as well, and disappeared.
あんた、これでいいわけ？バトラ、消えちゃったわよ。負けず嫌いのあんたが、この結末でいいわけ？
あんたは私の負けに張ってたんでしょ。なら万々歳じゃない。おめでとう、ラムだ。じゃあまたどこかの世界で会いましょう。
I wonder if Bernkastel caught on that Lambda Delta just wants to keep her here, and that's why she's okay with losing, because in essence, she wins.
まあ無限のかけら世界のこと。どこかでまたご縁がある確率はそれこそ1000兆分の1よりも少ないでしょうけれど。じゃあね、楽しかったわ。バイバイ。
Burn doesn't look like the sword to be tricked by something like that. Yeah. Well, do you mean Lambda Delta's trap, or do you mean Battler not being an Ushiromiya? Lambda's trap. Yeah. I mean, it could have not been very obvious in the beginning, and he caught on, but by then it was sort of too late. And this gives her a good excuse to leave. I don't know. I mean, Lambda Delta is supposed to be a great witch, so it's not like she's totally incompetent, like Battler. Chasing after Bernkastel, who had disappeared first, Lambda Delta disappeared as well. After that, everyone was gone, and the study was now completely empty. Returned to silence, almost as though no one had been there from the outset. No one was here in the first place. The silent study spoke that wordlessly, and the sound of the wind and rain began to fill the room bit by bit. In a world where everything had sunk into darkness, Bieto questioned herself.
やはり魔法は初めからマリアージュ・ソルシエールの中だけで使うべきであったな。
Magic should only have been used within Mariage Sorcière. What?
そうだね。マリアもエンジェの時にそう思ったよ。
What?
魔女同盟はわらわとそなた、その二人で始めた。他のものを混ぜようというのがそもそもの間違いであったのだ。
What is going on?
こんなにも楽しいから、マリアたちはその輪に親しい誰かを加えたかったよね。そうして魔女同盟がどこまでも大きくなって、みんなで楽しく魔法が使えて幸せになれたらと願った。
だが魔法を理解できるのはやはりわらわとそなたの二人だけだった。
私たちは奇跡が巡り合わせたこの世界でたった二人しかいない魔女なんだよ。マリアはもうベアトさえいれば他には誰もいらないよ。
わらわもだ。そなたさえいればもう誰もいらぬ。
マリアージュ・ソルシエールは結成したその一番最初の時点でもう完成していたんだよ。
そうであるな。まさにそうであるな。
You know, like last week I likened Virgilia to Kumasawa. I don't know. Beatrice here is giving me sort of oh, I'm blanking on that. My goodness. Sometimes I just forget people's names. Also, we have a different thing there. Yeah, Rosa. Beatrice there is giving me some Rosa vibes. Like, I don't know. Some of this stuff, it feels really like it's just completely made up. I don't know if it's real and just that cheesy, or if it's actually like some kind of make-believe game. Oh, that's right, Battler's gone. He's just completely gone. Also, only George is red for some reason. Not even Jessica, just George. Huh. Strange. Okay, so we got Maria and Beatrice. Oh, Ava's also red. Right. She died in the world of 1998. But yeah. Battler found his corpse and only his? Ah, okay. Okay, so we got Maria. Okay. Nothing different there. Beatrice. Well, is this the Mariage Sorcière page? So everybody else has been just taken out. Huh. Yeah, nothing different about their stuff there. And this is the real world page. And then this is the island page. Or well, the world of 1998 and then the island. Yeah, so everybody from Mariage Sorcière except for Beatrice and Maria are now gone from this page. But yeah, if we liken Rosa to Beatrice, this dialogue sort of makes sense about they only needed both of themselves. They didn't need other people. And then Kumasawa, being Virgilia, explains the mackerel and the feeling cold. Let's see, can I match anybody else? I don't know about the goats and well, the Chester sisters. I don't know what I would, or who I would liken them to. I almost feel like Ronove could be a Genji. Yeah. An alternate Genji. And then we've had different people play the role of Beatrice. We've had Maria, Ava, oh, and then Goldsmith. Gop. I don't know. I mean, maybe if we take some of the additional servants and put them in the extra roles, like the Chester sisters and Gop. I don't know. Or other people could be goats, maybe. I don't know, I'm just playing around with this idea. Some characters seem very like other characters at different points. Anyway, Mariage Sorcière. It was once a witch's alliance to make everyone happy together with magic. I wonder when it got this screwed up. What did I want to do when I started this game? I can't really remember even that. No, I may remember, but that's a feeling I now wish to throw away to the far side of oblivion.
いいよ。何もかも忘れてしまおう。二人だけのマリアージュ・ソルシエール。私たちは互いを認め合う。そして誰にも傷つけられない。だからもう傷つかない。泣かない。すべて忘れよう。ね、ベアト。私たちは永遠だよ。
マリア。
What is going on? Around 12 years later, 1998. One difference is that at least Beatrice doesn't abuse Maria. Yeah.
それ切ってくれる？
Although, I mean, Beatrice did kill Maria that one time, I think. Oh, wait, I can't really remember what happened, but I was pretty sure Beatrice killed Maria at one point.
失礼失礼。エムザッキーはお嫌いで？
M. Zaki?
今が気分じゃないだけ。
Amakusa turned the radio off. The world of cheery sounds was immediately swallowed up by the roar of the sea. Has Ava decided on her or something? True, true. And blotted out by the ocean's gray.
見えるかい？あの辺が当時の船着き場だ。
The boat captain pointed, but I couldn't really recall that scene of 12 years ago. I thought I'd surely be able to immediately remember how things had been at the time, but no memories came back to me. After that incident, the island was sealed off and left to the wild. I couldn't satisfy myself with the thought that this was just inevitable, and it felt sad and painful for some reason. Ah, but at least I remember one thing. You might say that it'd probably be the same anywhere on the sea, but I remember at least one thing. Cries of the seagulls. I do remember those. When I was young, I rarely went to the ocean. So everything that symbolized the ocean meant Rockinjima. So everything that symbolized the ocean meant Rockinjima and a family gathering to me. In short, it was a symbol for the happiness of going out with my family. However, at this point in time, it seems doubtful whether that even was happiness. In my younger days, the trip had felt like a relaxed family vacation, but considering my parents' situation at the time, it was surely a very, very difficult trip to handle, with the distribution of the inheritance filling the place with the smell of gunpowder. I can remember giggling all over the place, completely ignorant of my parents' feelings.
六軒島ですかい。すべての始まりで、すべての旅の終着駅ってわけだ。
It's an odd thing to say. The place of all beginnings and the end of the line for all journeys. Amakusa, in an attempt to speak from my innermost feelings, tried to sound cool. Oh. The boat slowly rounded the island. I hoped that viewing it at a different angle might bring back my memories of the island's silhouette at the time just a little. But in the end, even when that inlet was hidden completely by cliffs, I wasn't able to remember anything.
船長、さっきのもう一つの船着き場の話を聞かせてください。
六軒島には船着き場は一つしかないことになっとる。
Hey there, Burn Castle. That was very cool, Amakusa. Yeah.
だがそれは表向きだ。
島裏のもう一つの隠された船着き場。六軒島そのものね。誰も知らない二つ目のもう一つの顔がある。
So there is a second harbor.
六軒島は石呂宮家の領有する島だ。だが金蔵さん個人が所有する島というもう一つの顔がある。
一つの島、二つの船着き場、二つの屋敷ですかい。愛人を囲うためだけに随分と金をかけたもんだ。
もう一つの船着き場のことを知る人間は
限られとる。金蔵さん、 執事の源氏さん、わしら船の関係者、高齢の使用人がほんの数人だ。南城診療所の先代先生も熊沢のばあさんも知っとった。数えりゃ結構いるような気がするが、とにかく知っている人間はわずかだった。
そのもう一つの屋敷について教えてください。
クワドリアンっちゅう名前のお屋敷があるとだけは聞かされとった。わしは船を離れることを許されんかったから一度も見たことはないが。
船着き場からは見えないくらいに遠いということですかい？
わからん。ただ隠し屋敷だからな。外からは見えん場所に建ててあったろうな。とにかくクワドリアンについてはあの島の最高の秘密だった。
クアドリアンにベアトリーチェが住まわされていた、あるいは幽閉されていたという説がありますが、船長はどう考えますか？
わしはクワドリアンへの雑貨も運んでおった。その中に女しか使わんような、それも高級なもんが含まれることも多かった。わしもその説を確信しとる。
So it is probable that Beatrice was living in Kuadorian.
では船長はベアトリーチェって女を直接見たことはないわけですかい？
ない。20年近く出入りをしたが一度も見たことはない。
You did see the Rosa flashback on episode 3? Well, yeah, but I don't know how much to trust the individual episodes. But this is something from the future, supposedly, so I don't know. I would guess it's more trustworthy? I don't know. I mean, if everything was a game, then... I don't know. There's something I'm missing. Of course there is, or else this wouldn't be a mystery. Seemed like this did take place 16 years ago or something. What if I did say that in red? Oh, okay. I forgot that part. Alright.
20年。ひゅー。ってことは最低でも年齢プラス20ってわけだ。こりゃマドモアゼルは期待できねえな。
Wow, Amakusa, that's rude.
だがクワドリアンへの出入りはある日を境にぷっつりとなくなっちまった。
Wait, does he mean she was younger than he expected, or I assume that he meant he was older than he expected. Coming and going to and from Kudorian suddenly stopped.
今からだいたい30年前だから。
Wait, that was 30 years ago?
昭和43年頃だったと思う。
Huh? Wait. What's the... Oh, came and went for about 20 years. Okay, it wasn't 20 years ago. If everything stopped 30 years ago, let's see if we... It said 16, but it was apparently 18. Yeah, so if it was 12 years ago, yeah, and then 18 before that. Huh. Was it did kill Beatrice? Yeah. He fell from the cliff or whatever. Was that included in Ronave's Red when he said about something like that happened 12 years ago? Or, yeah. Or, what, 18 years ago? Because I still wonder if Beatrice actually died that day. Or if that is actually what happened. I think Beatrice said it in red. Okay. Or, but you're not sure. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. What? There's smoke coming from the gears in my brain.
ぷっつりと
Was it look at her head split open with her eyes open? Yeah. Private is that? Okay. Huh. Huh. I don't know, I got nothing. I am so confused. I keep coming up with these theories and I'm like, I still have no idea, even with the theories.
突然
食料やゴミなどの運搬往来でわしらは決められた日程で裏に行っとった。
Scheduled to carry food and trash.
ああ、裏っちゅうのはクワドリアン側の船着き場のことだ。
わかります。それで
ある日源氏さんから急な連絡があった。別の指示があるまで裏には行かなくていいって言うんだ。
別の指示とは？
特にはなかった。早い話がある日突然裏には今後定期便はいらない。わしは最初クビにされたのかと思ったよ。
Darn it, I accidentally hit the button. Didn't have to take food there either.
だがすぐに気づいた。それにクワドリアンのことを知る使用人たちの様子からもなんとなく察しがついた。
ベアトリーチェが死んで食料を届ける必要も世話人を送る必要もなくなった。
わしはそう考えとる。それっきり裏へ船を出せという指示は受けてない。しかし裏については死ぬまで何も喋るなと。
Genji got pushy?
その後源氏さんが直接わしのところへ来てえらく強く念を押した。
Okay, I strongly urged him to never speak of anything related to the hidden side. Okay.
その20年間も放置されていた隠し屋敷にどうしてエヴァおばさんが？
On that day 12 years ago, Ushiromiya Eva somehow escaped harm alone in a hidden mansion 2 kilometers away from the mansion. Why was she in a hidden mansion that had been forgotten for 20 years?
ワイドショーで見たよ。わしにも何が何だかさっぱりわからん。エヴァさんを裏へ案内したことは一度もない。どうしてどうやってクワドリアンを知りたどり着いたのかわしにはさっぱり見当もつかない。
So, we have no idea how Ava heard about Kuwadorian. Or rather, where it was. Unless she found it by herself, maybe. I mean, Rosa could have told her, maybe. I don't know.
裏のクアドリアンに陸路で行くことは不可能だったのかしら。
もしも話通りに未開の密林だとしたら、おめかしした奥様風情に踏破できるもんじゃありませんぜ。
じゃあ帰るわ。モーターボートみたいなものがあったとか。
まさか。あの二晩の台風はそりゃひどいもんだった。船なんぞ使えるわけもない。
じゃあ屋敷とクアドリアンを直通する、例えば地下通路のようなものがあったとか。
Round passage.
愛人の家へ出入りするのに毎回船の用立てが必要なんて面倒でしょ。
Oh, wait. Well, there had to be an above ground passageway, wouldn't there? Otherwise, Rosa wouldn't have been able to get there. Hmm.
全長 2km の六軒島の対角線上に存在する屋敷をつなぐためにそんだけの長い地下トンネルをとバカにしてえところだが、愛人のために隠し屋敷まで作っちまう大富豪だ。
And I mean, from the CG there, it looked like it was a natural cave that they just put a walkway through. Rosa got there through the forest. Yeah. Getting the way Ava could go there? Yeah. I mean, Rosa got there on a normal day. Or... Oh, no, I did say Rosa. Yeah, Rosa got there through the forest. Back when Rosa went and found Beatrice. So there must have been a path through the above ground area, but yeah, with the rain, Ava probably wouldn't have been able to make it though.
それも否定できんところですな。どうなんですか、船長。
わしは海の人間だ。穴のことはわからん。だが硫黄島で旧日本軍は25キロのトンネルを掘ってみせたぞ。
Yeah, but that's the Japanese military.
あの金蔵さんなら2キロくらい掘ってみせてもわしは何も驚かん。
True, fair enough. Like I said, if the CG is correct, then it looked like a natural cave. Although maybe that was only part of it, but still, that'd be less they have to do. With that Kinzo, of course, yeah. It's Kinzo, what wouldn't he be able to do?
やっぱりおかしな島ね。私たちはこの島のことを未だ誰一人何も知らない。
There really do be something wrong with this island. The boat reached the shore. They would have to walk a short ways to reach the mansion.
わしはここで待っている。屋敷は向こうだ。当時の道が残っているだろうが、草木で覆われてしまってるはずだ。迷わんように気をつけてな。
ほんじゃ行きましょうかね。
ありがとう、天草。あんたもここで待ってて。
ま、そう言い出すんじゃないかと思ってましたぜ。
届け物をするだけよ。あなたが一緒だと向こうが迷惑するの。あんたの毒素強そうだから。
毒素はて。
すぐに戻るわ。今日の本命はクアドリアンの方だもの。届け物をしたらすぐに戻ってくるわ。
Ange put on her knapsack, holding the flowers she would offer.
さしてやれ、若いの。行ってこい、お嬢ちゃん。あんたの家族が待っている。
I had never been on a road like this, but I had no trouble finding my way. If I walked straight ahead, it would probably guide me to the final destination for everything. It was true that the vegetation was incredibly thick, and if I didn't pay attention, I would lose track of the path. But the road that was left was much clearer than I'd guessed it would be. Still, that didn't change the fact that it was a bad road. Contrary to the distance shown on the map, I was forced to walk a long way. The forest was deep and dark. At the time, I had been threatened into staying away from the forest because a witch lived there. Of course, that fear is gone now, but I feel it. Because I was me, I could feel the presence, like an aura, of the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Here and there were massive fallen lumps of rock, along with overgrown trees and ivy, and the voices of birds and bugs. Yeah, I feel it. I feel that the witch is here. Ahead, an ivy-covered construction site fence and warning signs stood. No entry, Tokyo Metropolis. That was written on it. Yeah, that's right. When you think Tokyo, you tend to think of a city, but Rockinjima is also located within the Tokyo Metropolis. Apologizing to the sign for my rude mistake, I climbed the fence. When I crossed the steep slope beyond that, my field of vision rapidly expanded, and a fresh sea breeze blew through my hair. Ah, flashbang. It was like the top of a little hill. Below me was a vast view of the island. I could only see desolated forest and rock walls spread out below me. But I realized that the mansion was probably somewhere around there. The steep downward slope beyond this hill had probably been caused by earth and rocks collapsing from 12 years of wind and rain. It had become a slant filled with crags that you might even call gentle cliffs, and it would be easy to tumble down, though it looked like climbing back would be pretty difficult. In any event, it seemed that proceeding any further would be impossible. If I continued any further, I wouldn't be able to return. In other words, this is the border. This place is 1986 and 1998. And it is that day and today. The boundary between this world and Nirvana.
ここがこの旅の終着点みたいね。
As the strong winds blew Mammon's and Sakutaro's hair, they looked down from the hilltop.
ここからじゃさっぱりわからないわ。お屋敷はどこ？もっと近づきましょうよ。無理だよ。
戻ってこれなくなっちゃうよ。
We won't be able to come back. Is that it? I see. This is 1998. And I am the Ushiromiya Ange who has been left all alone. At first, this was a journey to die. But not anymore. It's become a journey to accomplish something.
だからごめんね、二人とも。あの日の私なら何も戸惑わずにこの崖を降りるだろうけれど。
ビルの屋上から飛び降りた後ろ宮エンジェが情けない。
ごめんね。
ここでも同じだよ。あの日の風が感じられるから。
こんな風だったっけ？
うん。もうすぐ来てくれるよ。みんな。
Takutaro said it as though it was completely natural. And I believed it. Dad, Mom, Oni-chan, all of my relatives, and those fun servants. And Maria One-chan.
私よ。エンジェよ。私は帰ってきたわ。
When I started my journey to expose the past of 12 years ago, my goal had been abstract, and I hadn't understood. But now, I have no doubts. This journey was induced by several thoughts and fates over 12 years. A journey to reach an end for me, Ushiromiya Ange. And a journey to reach an end as the last witch of Mariage Sorcière. I came here as the last daughter of the Ushiromiya family, and as the last witch.
お父さん、お母さん、お兄ちゃん、ごめんね。先にマリアお姉ちゃんとの挨拶をさせてね。
A strong tailwind urged me on. That tailwind took just my soul from out from inside my body to the vast forest beneath me. And though from here on I couldn't see, I believed it flew me to the mansion on that day, to where everyone was, to where Maria One-chan was. And so, even though my body was on the top of a hill, a strong wind blowing against me, my soul was now certainly dancing through that sky. The vast, vast sky of Rockinjima. Below me was the green of many trees. But I understand. I can comprehend the presences of my family and relatives, and all the servants. And Maria One-chan too. I could even comprehend Maria One-chan as a witch. It was vast, more so than any vast space I had imagined up until now.
マリアお姉ちゃん、聞こえる？聞いて。
Ange called to the Maria of that day. He told her of the long journey she'd undergone, of her long-delayed realization of just how much she'd wounded Maria in her youth. She understood magic, and now understood everything about the world Maria had wanted to show her. It was very warm, overflowing with love and happiness. She wanted to become even happier by sharing that world, but I trampled it.
だから私、今こそ全部理解したの。魔法を理解した。私たちの魔法はきっと、とてもささやかで 身近に溢れてる。
Flashbacks to that Maria Rosa revenge scene, yeah. Oh my.
でもそれは誰の目にも見えるものではないのよ。魔法とは、ええ、はっきり言えるわ。
Without love, it cannot be seen. Huh? That phrase again. Magic. Without love, it cannot be seen. Sorry, One-chan. I've already been excommunicated from the Alliance of Witches. But now I understand how wonderful it is. Love and happiness. And I know that after the day I wounded you, Mariage Sorcière was transfigured into something different from what you truly desired. Even the magic that spat anger by cursing people was probably important to One-chan in those days. One-chan's environment was sad enough to permit that.
でももうそんな悲しい日々は終わったよ。だからお姉ちゃんの魔女同盟を元の優しいマリアージュ・ソルシエルに戻そう。
Original Mariage Sorcière. The grimoire was in my hands before I realized it. The strong winds were rapidly blowing its pages one after another. That world had been kind in the beginning. How could you give birth to a magic that would make candy fall from the sky? This land is peaceful. Its inhabitants kind. How could you give birth to magic that would make tomorrow's dinner cream croquette? How could you give birth to magic that would make the weather good when you went out the next day, making your whole day fun? New spells of happiness were created one after another, coloring her world with kindness. Those days were flipped through one after another, and months began to flash by. The pages with drawings that had once been colorful gradually began to change into the color of black ink. Eerie magic circles and demon summonings. Evil magic for harming people. How could you give birth to magic that would cause the class bully to catch cold? How could you give birth to magic that would seriously injure someone in class so that they died? How could you give birth to magic that would cause a bus loaded with all the bullies to fall off a cliff? Malicious spells were created one after another, burying the pages and her heart.
私がお姉ちゃんを傷つけたからマリアージュ・ソルシエルはこんなになってしまった。お姉ちゃんは黒き邪悪な魔女じゃない。白き無垢で無邪気な優しい魔女だったのよ。私が元に戻してあげる。元のみんなを幸せにする魔法を世界中に振りまいていたマリアお姉ちゃんに戻してあげる。そのために私はここへ来た。運命に導かれてきた。お姉ちゃん、聞こえてる？その姿を私の前に見せて。
That voice rode an even stronger wind and was sent 12 years into the past. Then, The wind gradually ceased, and silence fell. Crunch, crunch. I could hear the sound of gravel being stepped on. I listened to those footsteps, surprised at this miracle. Without a doubt, those were Maria Onechan's footsteps.
マリアお姉ちゃん。
かすみよ。
Yeah. Oh. I wondered. Uh-oh, what happened to Amakusa?
ようやく見つけたわよ。エンジェちゃん。
Oh boy. I wondered when they'd catch up. Oh, and that was a perfect setup. Before I knew it, Aunt Kasumi in her black suits, a total of 7 people who didn't resemble Maria Onechan in the slightest, were standing there, surrounding me. And it felt like my voice had just been about to reach Maria Onechan, too. Because of these guys' toxin, that magic was cut off. Ange clicked her tongue at that, but Kasumi probably didn't hear it that way.
そのお花は亡くなった家族への？偉いわ。それ投げるんでしょ？いいわよ。それまで待ってあげる。
Just what are you waiting for? But Ange could more or less guess. The way the black suits unnaturally stuck their hands into their pockets clearly brought to mind the likelihood that they had handguns. This is a deserted island. There could be no more convenient place to dispose of someone. I have absolutely no interest in the family matters of the Sumadera family. If I die, all that wealth will go to them. Unlike me, they're probably very interested and concerned about this matter. Of course, it seems that if the massive amounts of stock I own suddenly go to them, it'll be pretty bad for the Ushiromiya group as well. And they're apparently having a secret feud, fighting over me all by themselves. That's probably why President Okanogi gave me Amakusa as a guard. Having Amakusa wait on the boat was a regrettable mistake.
おばさん、いつからここで待ち伏せを？
早朝からよ。
Yeah, so they got here ahead of her.
おかげですっかり待ちくたびれちゃったわ。何しろ喫茶店もお化粧室もないからね。
トイレもないから、お上品に木陰で用を済ませていたわけね。
Oh my.
仮にもスマデラ家の血を半分引いてる淑女がそんな汚らわしい言葉を使うんじゃないわ。やっぱりスマデラ切り絵の子ね。気品のかけらもありゃしない。
Grabbed me by the hair and forced my face up to hers, and then spat at me. My words might be filthy, but they are no worse than her spit.
おばさんが私のことを話すと、いつも母さんのことばかり。私、そんなにも母さんに似てますか？
ええ、似ているわ。その生意気そうな目つき、鼻も口もそっくりよ。自由奔放で無責任。歴史と伝統あるスマデラ家の重みなど何も考えず、自分勝手に家を飛び出したわ。おかげで私の人生はずっとその尻拭い。
まさにあんたの人生クソまみれね。
When I was slapped on the cheek, my ear was smashed, and for an instant my head rang. My hair was pulled, spinning me around, and I fell to the ground. And in a flash, the ground was kicked and I was struck with sand.
ああ、本当に姉さんに似てきたわ。その目つき、そのどこか小馬鹿にした目つきよ。はあ、思い出すわ、いろいろと。
哀れな人ね。きっと幼い頃から何かにつけて母さんに比較されて蔑まされてきたんでしょうに。そしてあんたは一生その惨めさから解放されやしないわ。
お前みたいな小娘にはわからないわよ。あんたのお母さんはね、何もかもを投げ出してスマデラ家を逃げ出した負け犬なのよ。その負け犬のせいで私がどれほど迷惑したことか。
あんたの迷惑なんか私の知ったこっちゃないわ。私の生まれる前の話をされても困るわよ。あんたの人生はいつ始まるの？始まりゃしないわ。いつまでもいつまでも永久に死んだ母さんに嘲笑われ続け、そのまま死ぬのよ。というか死ねばなんで生きてるの？
Really pushing her buttons. Oh boy.
この口の減らないガキが。あんたたちちょいとお茶をしてやりなさいな。
Oh, it's tea time.
お任せを。口の利き方も知らねえクソガキが少し勉強させてやるぜ。
This seems like a really good time to jump over that cliff. Oh, no, not yet. The black suits dashed up to me, violently grabbed me by the nape of the neck, and dragged me down.
私が一服終えるまでに適当に。かわいいメイにちょいと身の程を教えてあげなさい。
Yikes. Sumadera Kasumi. When I think about it, she was a pitiable person. To the outside world, women of the Sumadera family were trained to be in a position that supported and deferred to men. But in actuality, strong leadership was required from them, so that they could manage all the common people. The role demanded of them was that of a female commander, like a literal reading of the word okami. Managing the Sumadera family with all its traditions was not something that could be accomplished with just an ordinary level of dignity. It was an unimaginably heavy responsibility. Normally, this would have been demanded of Kyrie. Kyrie had undergone that harsh training, and Kasumi, as the younger sister, should have been able to take it easy. No, on the contrary, she had lived like a lazy, selfish, and affluent princess, sneering at Kyrie, who had been given the heavy responsibility. However, Kyrie had suddenly been disinherited. She had refused the fiancé her parents had arranged, and had gotten pregnant by her lover, Ushiromiya Rudolph. From the Sumadera's perspective, even though the Ushiromiya family held a vast fortune, it was a low-level family that had already collapsed. and to become not even a legal wife, but a mistress to the second son of that family. Normally, a daughter of the main family would be shown no mercy for such dishonor. They would wrap her up in a mat, place a pole on end, and throw her either into the Pacific Ocean if the pole fell to the right, or the Sea of Japan if it fell to the left. But Kyrie's punishment ended with disinheritance, an unbelievably warm-hearted decision. After that, the Sumadera family began receiving favorable treatment from a section of the Ushiromiya group. There must have been some kind of backroom deal. In other words, Kyrie openly left the Sumadera family under the pretense of gaining financial support from the Ushiromiya family. Kasumi had watched it happen in shock. No, she had even disparaged her dishonorable sister as a loser. But eventually, she realized that the heavy responsibilities Kyrie had borne would be passed on to her. And then, for the first time, she saw that she'd been outwitted.
あんたの母親のせいで私の人生はめちゃめちゃにされたわ。いいえ、一度殺されたと言ってもいい。あの日に私は一度殺されて地獄のような日々に突き落とされたのよ。
それまで人生舐めてきたツケじゃない。
口の減らねえ小娘だぜ。うら！
The black suit punched me in the guts, and I doubled over. But I was quickly grabbed by the nape of the neck and made to stand up again. Kasumi cold-heartedly looked down on me, or at me, smoking a cigarette. The painful days after Kyrie had left were floating through her mind. Until then, she had been allowed to be a simple lady, freewheeling and naive. Only the older sister, Kyrie, had been harshly trained, and she, the younger sister, had been able to live as nothing more than a princess. Then, suddenly, everything got flipped over, and her life came crashing down.
私の人生も生活も生き方も何も事情を知らない親類からは姉さんの不名誉を理由にどれだけ蔑まれたことか。
Yeah, blame the one who escaped. Kasumi is so whiny. Live like a princess, don't have to do anything. Meanwhile, the older sister is like burdened with all the responsibility. The older sister finds a way out, now all the responsibility falls to her, and she blames the one who got away. Instead of maybe blaming the people who put all the responsibility on her.
呪ったわ。あなたのお母さんを血を吐くほどに呪ったわよ。
そりゃ嬉しいわ。これからもよろしく。
A kick landed in Ange's side as she crawled on the ground. Ange didn't stand up again, so she continued to lie there like a caterpillar as she was kicked each time she spoke up.
姉さんを後ろ宮グループのパーティーで見かけたわ。あいつ旦那と一緒でとても幸せそうに笑ってやがった。私に全部押し付けて自分だけ幸せに。
Yeah, they really do a good job of making you hate Kasumi. I mean, I forgot about how much I hated her until we see her again. Now it's like, yep, yep. But man, with Ange lying on the ground pretty much, this would be a good time for Amakusa to just like come up guns blazing. Come on, Amakusa.
だから何？私に八つ当たりするとどうあんたが幸せになるってわけ？私に八つ当たりすると時間が巻き戻って歴史が変わったりしてくれるわけ？
あんた、さっき言ったわね。私の人生はいつ始まるのって。いくら恨んでも八つ当たりしても時間を巻き戻すことなんてできない。じゃあ私は死ぬまでこうして死んでもなお姉さんを恨み続けて？冗談じゃないわ。いつまで私は姉さんの亡霊に苛まれてなきゃならないのよ。だから考えたのよ。これを成し遂げたら全ての恨みを忘れてやり直せるってね。
And was about to lash back out at her, but stopped. Because she'd be kicked again if she responded. Even if Kasumi didn't say any more, Ange had a pretty good idea what she meant. Kasumi thought that by taking revenge against Kirie's daughter, Ange, she'd be able to put an end to her hatred. Talk about pushing your problems onto other people.
ほら、立ちなさいよ。そんなにこの島が大好きなら、しっかり深く埋めてあげるわよ。その若さで死にたくないでしょ？母が迷惑をかけてすみませんでしたとか言ってみたくはならない？
誰が言うもんか。
エンジ様、ダメ！こいつらを挑発しちゃダメです。ここは表向きだけでも調子を合わせて時間を稼ぐべきです。
くだらないプライドは燃えないゴミの火に出しとけってよく言うわね。
天草さんは天草さんが来てくれればきっと。
Oh no. Why'd you have to raise that flag? Please don't tell me Amakusa's dead. Or, well, I mean, I doubt he would turn traitor. I don't know. Smile.
あいつの姿は見えないわ。
At the very least, he's not coming at the moment.
エンジ様のバカ！どうして天草を置いてきたんです？
I didn't need Mammon to tell me. I was seriously regretting it already. I walked a long way. The forest was very thick. I've got no doubts that signs of activity here won't reach the boat. Well, that's like a counter flag, though. Like, yeah. Sakutaro threw up a red flag, but then, like, surely the sounds won't reach the boat is sort of a counter flag. So he could still show up. I don't know. I hope it doesn't just end with her dying and everybody dying, you know. That would be... well, that would be par for the course, actually. Oh, no. During the time it took for Kasumi to finish casually smoking a whole cigarette, I was continuously tormented by the black suits, as she had told them to. The moment I grabbed at my head, my scalp was kicked by someone at a bad angle, and my head was filled with stars. The feeling of stars flickering in this gray, twisted world was one I remembered clearly. My life was very similar to the one Sumadera Kasumi led. After all, as the successor to the Ushiromiya family, I was constantly tormented with various kinds of bullying under the guise of education and training. Yes, having the inside of my head filled with stars like this is a feeling I know well. When being reprimanded for some error in manners I seem to have made, the discussion always turned to whether I was fitting to be the successor or not. On and on about the honor of the Ushiromiya family and how deep that was. By the time the conversation reached that point, I'd forget what mistake I was being blamed for in the first place. No. In fact, it was the same for Aunt Ava. After all, sometimes she'd ask herself, what was it again? But in the end, she wouldn't be able to remember, and would say something like,
私が怒っているということは、きっとエンジェが何か悪いことをしたのだろう。なら、その悪いことが問題なのであって、何をしたかなんて今さら思い出せなくても問題ない。
Nice. Ava. There'd be some ridiculous reasoning like that, and then she'd keep on punishing me. Yes, Aunt Ava's punishment wasn't something that would continue until I learned something, or acknowledged my mistake, or apologized. It would continue until Aunt Ava wanted to stop. So this violence was a bit nostalgic, in a way that made me want to vomit. I opened my eyes, and look, there's Aunt Ava. Right next to Kasumi, who's smoking a cigarette. I can see Aunt Ava, as though, or almost as though, the two of them are laughing together. When I think about it, even Aunt Ava's life might be a thing worthy of my sympathy. The responsibility and pressure of being a member of the Ushiromiya family, which she often mentioned to me, had probably caused her great pain. After all, people can't make insults that they've never been the target of themselves. It was probably the same for Aunt Rosa as well. As the youngest child of the honorable Ushiromiya family, she must have gone through many tough times. So it was just like what Aunt Ava did to me. Just like what Sumadera Kasumi is doing now. Aunt Rosa must have been the same. People tend to push the pain they've burdened with onto other people. Otherwise, they can never escape from that pain. So on and on, in eternity and perpetuity, the chain of pain and sadness does not end. That's why Maria One-chan's magic was so incredible. With her magic, she didn't have to bear the pain caused by Aunt Rosa. The pain probably was pushed onto her. Its weight probably tormented her. But One-chan didn't carry that burden on her own shoulders. She purified it, and filled the world with her happiness. So I'm sure if Maria One-chan had children in the future, she probably wouldn't have pushed the pain that had been forced onto her children. That chain of pain and sadness that stretched back for who knows how long, which she couldn't understand and which she had inherited, which had been forced onto her. Maria One-chan cut it with her magic.
なーに？私に何か文句でもあるの？
In the past, I would have snapped back. I would have met her hatred with hatred, so that they'd cancel each other out. No, nothing got canceled out. The thing being forced onto me ended up right there on my shoulders. Just like how even now, I hate her. So now that I know of magic, I'll look at the human called Ushiromiya Eva again. What I could see through to was a sad human form, no different from me, who had lost her family and who bore deep wounds in her heart. Unable to withstand the pain of that torn heart, she was doing nothing more than howl sadly, like a lion crying in pain, like a child. Even Ushiromiya Eva was someone I should have felt compassion for. She needed someone to understand the difficulties and pain of her childhood years. Even she, who was the only survivor of the Rakanjima crime, who was faced with curiosity of all society, who was publicly slandered and forced to have salt continually flung into the wound, had needed someone's compassion. In order to let Eva forget her pain and sadness at least a little, the Black Witch taught her magic, just like the times it had possessed Aunt Rosa. It was the same magic of anger and sadness that Beatrice had taught Maria One-chan when she was mourning for her torn-apart friend Sakutaro. That same magic, that witch, had probably dwelled inside Aunt Rosa too. So I mustn't hate Ushiromiya Eva. Maybe I should have become her ally, as the only person in the world who could understand her. What did I say to her when I was young, when she returned alive all alone? Could it be that I acted as though she'd killed my family and returned on her own? Can't believe it. Aunt Eva, who has never been more than an object of and a synonym for hatred throughout my life, is turning into a human I can understand. So, I can see, right next to Aunt Eva, the form of the Black Witch, who taught her the black magic. Aunt Eva was crying. It was only natural. Not only was no one willing to understand the pain of losing her husband and son at once, but her only relative had insulted her, saying, "Give me back my dad and mom." I can make the excuse that I was merciless because of my youth. However, to her at the time, it had probably been cruel enough to sever the last thread in her heart. Oof. In the following days, the talk shows and magazines publicly slandered her. The truth of her husband's business and character, and even her beloved son, were negated. She no longer had anything left. She could do nothing but cry and howl, trying to forget the pain and sadness, at least for a while. After all, she could only feel a tiny bit of release, and only during the time that she howled. And so, the Black Witch taught her how to howl. The one I hated was the Black Witch. Black magic can probably release one from that pain for an instant. However, it never lifts that weight from a person's shoulders. On the contrary, it forces that weight onto further victims, filling the world with hatred. If only Aunt Ava knew of white magic and had a true witch nearby. Shouldn't that have been me? Didn't I learn the magic to create happiness from Maria One-chan? If I'd taught her with that magic, could we have built a future with a completely different relationship? Up until now, I've hated Aunt Ava constantly, so I didn't notice the Black Witch beside her. Without love, it could not be seen. I didn't have any love for her. So now, finally, I'll glare at the Black Witch, the one I truly should hate.
Ara? Nani? 私のことが見えるの？
見えるわ。私が憎むべきはエヴァおばさんじゃなかった。あんたよ。
すごいじゃない。人間の分際で魔女の私が見えるなんてね。それでその目つきは何だと言いたいわけ？私が憎い？
憎い？ええ、憎いわ。でも少し違う。ただ悲しく思える。
悲しい？何言ってんの？いいじゃない、怒れば。思いっきり憎んじゃえば？
There's that Ava.
憎まないわ。あんたを憎むことはエヴァおばさんの憎しみをそのまま受け継ぐだけ。私は憎しみを断ち切る。エヴァおばさんの苦しみを受け止め、それを払って捨てるの。
何悟ったようなこと言ってるわけ？こいつ頭大丈夫？っていうかへそでも噛んで死んじゃえば？
Ava.
あんたらもっともっと蹴ってやりなさい。顔とかはダメよ。気の毒な顔がマシになっちゃったらつまんないから
The black suits persistently kicked my stomach and back, as though they had been ordered to by the Black Witch.
やれやれ、答えないね。私をじーっと見ちゃって。私が憎い。憎いでしょ？私もよ。
Kasumi sneered at me. For some reason, I had the feeling that she was crying behind that expression. Just like me, the pain of being forced into an unreasonable life would never, ever heal. The sad lion gasping in pain from the thorn he can't get out, continues to howl.
ほら、スマデラかすみ、見てごらんなさい。かつてのあんたがそこにいるわ。気分が晴れるでしょう。かつてそこにいたあなたが、今度はこっち側にいるのよ。愉快でしょう。立場が逆になるのは。
本当に愉快だわ。なんでそんな顔ができるのよ、エンジェ。
I'm confident in my head that I'll finish this today again. I still got like 2 hours, over 2 hours.
泣きなさいよ。泣きたいんでしょ。
そうそう、泣きたいに決まってる。泣かせちゃいなさいって。あの時のあんたは泣かされちゃったじゃない。だからこいつも泣かせてやりなさいよ。エンジェもいいのよ。泣いちゃえば。
泣きなさいよ、エンジェ。あんたの泣き顔が見たいのよ。泣いてごめんなさい、かすみおばさんって言ってごらんなさいよ。
そう、その言葉を言わせるのよ。あの言葉、辛いでしょ？自分のせいじゃないことを謝らせられるのって本当に辛かったでしょ？同じ思いをさせてやるのよ。そうすることであなたの痛みは和らげることができるの。そうよ、それでいいのよ。もっと自分に素直になりなさい。もっともっといっぱいに自分の感情を吐き出しちゃえば。
The Black Witch provoked Kasumi, and Kasumi began to give herself over to that dark emotion. By turning deep sadness into an evil alcohol and forcing it down, trying to forget it for just an instant, nothing would change. The words Kasumi insulted me with were themselves sad. And I couldn't forgive the Black Witch who had imposed that sadness on Kasumi. I had gone limp, which seemed to have stopped the Black Suit's kicking competition. Or maybe the kickers were getting tired too. Kasumi didn't order them to stop, but at some point they did. However, I was reflected in Kasumi's eyes, and they burned me with flames of hatred. She had been tempted by the witch to do that in order to relieve her own pain.
スマデラかすみ？まだよ。まだまだ踏みにじりなさい。あなたの人生はこんなほんのちょっとの乱暴で許せるの？
許せないわよ。まだこれくらいでは許せないんだから。
でしょ？許せるわけがない。もっとよ。もっと憎悪の炎を。憎しみの炎でしかあなたは暖を取れないの。 怒りと悲しみの雪原で凍えるあなたを温められる炎は憎しみだけなのよ。
Yikes.
ほら言って、叫んで。憎しみの方向で自分を燃やし尽くしちゃえば。
後ろ宮エンジあんたを憎まなくちゃ私は生きてられないの。
スマデラかすみ、あの花束を。これ死んだ家族への花でしょ、エンジェ。
The Black Witch grinned at me unpleasantly, using her chin to signal to Kasmi to pick it up. Kasmi picked up the flowers I was going to offer, brought them all the way over to me, dropped them, and made a show of trampling them. Her expression was filled with hatred, and a frantic quality that couldn't be explained with hatred alone. She trampled them over and over again, as though her sadness was reaching the bursting point. Though the sound of her trampling it was just sad.
あら、この程度じゃ答えない？ならこっちは答えるかしら。スマデラかすみ、こっちを使いなさい。ダメ。それは。
The object the Black Witch pointed at was Maria Onechan's grimoire. Kasmi also noticed it, and picked up that book, which was heavier than it looked.
なにこれ。
読んじゃえば。お腹がよじれちゃうかもね。
Kasumi opened the grimoire, skimmed over the contents, and snorted derisively.
返して。それはお姉ちゃんの。
Of course, my hand couldn't reach. My stomach was once again kicked by the black suits, and I doubled over.
ほらね。この本はエンジェにとっての大切なものでしょ。大切なものをけなしてやりなさい。こういう子には殴る蹴るよりもそっちの方が効くんだから。あなたがそれを一番よく知っているでしょ。
As though remembering something painful, Kasmi's face twisted for an instant. But that quickly disappeared, changing into a scornful smile directed at me.
なにこの気持ち悪い本。あんたが書いたの？
やめて。返して。見てよ、あの顔。もっとけなしてやりなさい。貶めてやりなさい。尊厳を踏みにじられる苦痛を教えてやるのよ。そうすることでしかあなたの苦痛は和らがないの。
恥ずかしい本。少女の時代に多少は占いの真似事に興味を持つこともあるけれど、これはちょっと行き過ぎじゃない？やだ、魔法だって。あんたあれでしょ、アニメとかのなんとかなんとかっ って呪文を言いながら魔女に変身するやつ。ああいうの好きなんでしょ。痛々しいわ。
Magical girl Ange. Well, that would be something. Cackling, Kasumi opened to a random page and showed it to the black suits. The black suits looked too and guffawed. That sneer didn't wound me, but I couldn't forgive it. After all, that sneer was ridiculing Maria One-chan. I don't hate Kasumi, but for forcing that unhealing anger and sadness on Kasumi, I cannot forgive the Black Witch. That Black Witch ate into Aunt Eva, Sumadera Kasumi, Aunt Rosa, tormenting them for an eternity without letting their wounds be healed. I can't forgive her. I can't forgive the Black Witch.
何これ、傑作。お空から飴玉を降らせる魔法ですって。何々、お日様で清めたお水にお砂糖を溶いて魔法の杖を浸して呪文を。何これ。痛い。
The black suits were also rolling around, guffawing. Then, grinning, the Black Witch whispered something into Kasumi's ear. After glaring at me with a grin, Kasumi took that page. Kasumi grabbed hold of that page, tore it off, crumpled it up, and threw it away.
ひどいよ。それはマリアの魔法。あら、そうなの？それはお気の毒。
Aiden Becco. It was one of the spells to summon happiness that Maria had made with Sakutaro. Anyone knows that making sugar water, coloring it, and leaving it by the window isn't going to make candy fall from the sky. But after repeating that every day, one time on her way home from school, she had found several pieces of candy scattered around. How happy must that miracle have made Maria One-chan? Didn't she treasure that candy, eating it during her night alone with Sakutaro to distract herself from her loneliness? That magic that One-chan had given birth to had been torn and thrown away, and had disappeared. The whole miracle of happiness that magic had given birth to had been torn and thrown away.
これも傑作だわ。晩ご飯をクリームコロッケにする魔法。次は何？ピーマンが美味しく食べられる魔法。これも生かすわ。バカバカしい。
Little Princess needs that. Guardian Tales reference.
それも破いちゃいなさいよ。どんどん破いちゃえば。
With a brutal, loud laugh, the Black Witch made Maria One-chan's spells get torn out one after another. Magic of happiness was sneered at, torn, and thrown away. Hmm. I wonder what's gonna happen when she gets to the part about the bad magic spells, or the black magic spells. Mammon cried and yelled, but she had no way of reaching Kasumi.
いいじゃない。怪我されちゃえば。魔法の奇跡？幸せにする魔法？ないない、そんなのないってば。痛みと苦しみはね、他人に押し付けてしか癒せないのよ。あんたは確か魔法のお友達とかいうやつだったわよね。スマデラかすみ、こいつのページを開きなさい。
これは何？魔法のお友達ですって？煉獄の7姉妹？物騒な名前。すごい速さで飛んで敵をやっつけてくれるんですって。エンジェ、あなたこんな魔法が使えるなら今すぐ使った方がいいんじゃない？くだらない。
The page that wrote of the seven sisters of purgatory was also heartlessly torn away. The page itself was just paper. It wasn't Mammon's vessel or anything. But the tearing, denying toxin burned Mammon from the inside. Mammon's face twisted from that heat and pain.
大丈夫、マモン。しっかり。これくらい平気。私よりエンジェ様の方が辛い。
However, Mammon's expression was twisted with unbearable anguish and humiliation.
やめろ、黒き魔女。どうして君はそんなことをするんだよ。どうして魔法を幸せのために使えないんだよ。ああ、あんたも魔法のお友達ね。
1 minute. Okay, I'm back.
あんたも怪我してあげるわ。スマデラかすみ、こいつのページも探しなさい。
こっちは何？この下手くそなライオンの落書き。作太郎？変な名前。一番大好きなお友達だって。そうなの？これがあんたの友達？親友？このライオンが？ねえねえ。本当に下手くそな落書き。こんなブサイクなライオンがあんたなのね。
Oof.
こんなのを友達にしてるなんて、後ろ宮マリアって子の頭のかわいそうさに呆れて、へそでお茶が湧いちゃうわ。ばっかみたい。へそ噛んで死んじゃえば。うりゅ。マリアをバカにするな。やめて。破かないで。ダメ。
There was a shrill sound. The page had been filthily ripped out. The picture of Sakutaro that One-chan had drawn was violently ripped in half.
お前たちも笑いなさい。
A pair of the black suits laughed vulgarly and heartlessly trampled the two halves that had been torn and thrown away.
Sakutaro、しっかり。僕は悲しくなんかないよ。ただ悔しい。マリアのことをバカにされて何も言えない自分が悔しい。私たちは見えない人間にはいないも同然。私たちは必要としてくれる人間としか交流できない。だから家具。
As Sakutaro and Mammon supported each other, they crouched down, sobbing. I couldn't stand it either. Those who can't see how wonderful the world of magic is can't understand it. Can't explain to humans who can't understand. So it gets belittled. If you could show them it, but you can't. Because in front of humans who are filled with the magic-resisting toxin and who can't understand magic, magic cannot be used.
本当にわけがわかんないわ。 この妄想日記、頭がおかしいとしか思えない。あんたのお花畑の頭の中が垣間見えて本当に面白いわ。気持ち悪い子。
あんたもマリアも、そこのぬいぐるみと家具もね。
おかしいわ。あんた友達いないんでしょ。いっつも一人ぼっちでぬいぐるみがお友達なんでしょ。かわいそうな子。大丈夫、私にもわかるわよ。そういう生活わかるものだから、私が認めてあげるわ。あんた本当にかわいそうな子よ。
It would probably look, or it probably would look, like something made by a pitiful child. That's right. If 100 people were to read One-chan's diary, 100 people would probably think the same thing. I used to be like that too. But you know, despite all of that, Maria One-chan summoned a world of happiness. Don't deny that magic, that happiness.
頑固な子ね、あんたは。いいわ、これで最後よ。あんたとマリアの信じた本当にくだらない魔法の根源を引き裂いてあげるわよ。スマデラかすみ、そのページを読みなさい。
なにこのカラフルなページは。なになに、大好きなママといつまでも仲良しでいられる魔法。
やめて、そのページだけは。
へえ、この魔法すんごく簡単じゃない。私でもすぐできそうだわ。こんなに短い呪文なら私にだって覚えられちゃう。やってみようかしら。
本当に簡単な呪文よね。いいわよ、やってあげなさい。みんなも吹き出しちゃうから。
With expressions that ridiculed it from the bottom of their hearts, the Black Witch and Kasumi papered their mouths, and they said it aloud. Oh. That's what the ooh is. Huh. That's, interesting. Huh. The black suit stared blankly, asking what the hell that was supposed to be. Then Kasumi answered, cackling.
これがね、呪文なんだって。おかしい。
Oh, that's pretty sad.
ほら、あんたたちもやってみれば。
The black suits imitated that moaning voice, making fun of it. Ooh, That was the incantation, for the magic that would let her always be friends with her beloved mother.
何このバカみたいなの。うう言うだけで家族仲が良くなるなら世界はずっと平和だわ。
バカなうなり声。こんなの連呼してたら頭のかわいそうなこと思われるのがオチよ。バカじゃない？
Hmm.
やめろ。その魔法だけはけなさないで。
It was the day of a picnic, when Maria One-chan and Aunt Rosa were alone. It was written that this was one of the top 5 happiest days of her life. One-chan was singing a song she'd just learned from her mama. Her mother had been delighted, but partway through, Maria forgot the lyrics. But since she saw that her mother was so happy, she tried to sing until the very end. With ooh, ooh, ooh. Even though she'd only pretended to know the lyrics, her mother had enjoyed it a lot. After that, ooh remained an incantation to remember that day she'd spent in fun and happiness with her mother. Of course, even though she seemed to find it funny at first, Aunt Rosa eventually tired of hearing it, and eventually started scolding One-chan when she said it. But to One-chan, it was a memory of a fun day that she'd never forget. So among the spells that Maria had created, it was the oldest and the first. Kasumi stuck her fingernails into that page too.
やめて。破かないで。そのページだけは許して。ダメ。
With a shrill sound, a girl's world of happiness was erased.
これがあんたらの幸せな魔法なわけ？笑っちゃう笑っちゃう。幸せになる魔法なんてね、あるわけないでしょ。魔法はね、怒りとね、憎しみでできてるのよ。幸せってのはね、自分の背負わされた憎悪を人に全て押し付けた時にのみ与えられる解放感を言うのよ。あんたたちの言う幸せなんて絵本の中にしか出てこないまやかしなのよ。
As Kasumi laughed her head off, she slammed the grimoire against the ground and stepped on it.
悔しい？ねえ、悔しい？幸せの白き魔女さんたち。そんなに悔しかったら見せてみれば？あんたたちの魔法。あるなら使ってみせればいいじゃない。魔法が使えない魔女なんて魔女じゃない。
I really want Amakusa to show up and show them the magic of gun.
つまり本当の魔女は私たち。あんたたちなんて魔法の夢で現実から逃避しているだけのクソガキどもなのよ。
じゃあ魔法を私が見せることができたなら、お姉ちゃんの魔法を信じてくれるの？
信じるわよ。魔法を使って見せることができたならね。ならやってみろよ、このクソボケガキ！
Hmm? Yeah, what you gonna do? Silently, slowly, I stood up. Sensations of this cramped world, such as the pain in my body, felt truly trifling.
あら、まだ立てる元気はあったのね、大魔女さん。
立ち上がって何をしてみせるの？見せてみなさいよ、魔法。
魔法はあるわ。
はあ？この子何を言い出すかと思えば。あんたたち、今の聞いた？
静かに。へえ、面白いじゃない。半魔法の毒素を理由にあんたたちはいつも奇跡の力を拒んできた。白き魔女マリアの弟子、見せてみなさいよ、魔法を。一体どれだけの人間がその奇跡を信じて裏切られていったか知っている？誰もが信じ、誰もが裏切られて絶望した。そして本当の魔法は私たち黒き魔女の力でしか得られないことを知るのよ。
憎しみを誰かにぶつけるのはただの罪。
Hitting someone with your hatred is nothing more than a sin. That has something to do with Battler?
そんなのは魔法じゃないわ。本当の魔法を私が見せてやる。
I don't know if that's supposed to be like a hint to Battler's sin or what. I don't know. Or if that's just the wording they chose. I don't know. The Black Witch winced slightly. However, Kasumi sneered at me even more.
なら見せてごらんなさいよ。それであんたはどの魔法を見せてくれるの？
I don't know. I feel like she's just gonna jump over the edge so they can't follow her. But then again, would she be able to get away from them? I still want Amakusa to show up and just blast them all away. As unlikely as that is to happen.
飴玉を降らせる魔法？それともクッキーを増やす魔法？
Huh? What? The instant I opened my eyes, a tremendous wind arose.
何？突然。
さあさあ、おいでなさい。煉獄の七姉妹。
Huh? There was a flash behind me, and in an instant, 7 pieces of high-level furniture were gathered there. Nani? Okay, now what's going on? What the heck? It was a power that far surpassed the magical strength I'd had in my prime. It was a power that matched even Maria One-chan and Beatrice.
煉獄の七姉妹、ここに。
エンジ様。
あなたはかつて言ったわ。私に魔力とその覚悟がないからあなたたちを刺激できなかったのだと。私をいじめるクラスメートに仕返しがしたいなんて、そんな安っぽい感情じゃない。私はマリアお姉ちゃんのマリアージュ・ソルシエールの世界を守るために、今こそ魔法の奇跡を見せることを命令するわ。
無理です。いくらなんでもこれだけ大勢の毒素の前では。
The 7 sisters also remembered what had happened in that classroom. If they could have obeyed Ange's orders, they would have. However, surrounded by the toxin that runs thick in humans, they hadn't been able to display the miracle of magic. And they remembered very well how deeply that had hurt Ange. But Ange spoke very quietly.
なら、あなたたちも信じて。マリアージュ・ソルシエールは人を幸せにするために生まれた。そしてそれは黒き魔女と戦うためでもあった。その創立者の一人、原初の魔女マリア教が生み出した世界を否定する愚かなる黒き魔女にその奇跡を見せ、その世界を守るために信じて、魔法を、魔女を、今こそ奇跡を。
Way too dank. When Kasumi gave an order to the black suits, one of them took out a gun and pointed it at Ange.
魔法を見せてくれるんでしょ。なら見せてちょうだい。魔法で火の玉でも稲妻でも打ち出してこの男を倒してみせなさいよ。
Oh, we're moving the goalposts now, are we?
チャンスは一度。3つ数えるうちにやってお見せなさい。できなければ覚悟してもらうわよ。
打ちなさいよ。
なんだこのガキ。イかれてやがるぜ。
The black suit pointing the gun laughed at Ange's detached attitude.
本気？こいつ頭の中までお花が咲いてやがる。なら撃たれなさいよ。死んじゃえば。エンジ無理。中断は魔法では防げないよ。
いいえ、何も恐れることはないわ。私の魔法は、煉獄の七姉妹は銃弾などものともしない。
エンジ様。
Mammon was perplexed by Ange's absolute trust. If she could comply, she would have. On that day as well. But because she had been unable to do anything, she had hurt Ange.
ガキめ魔法が使えるってんなら早く見せてみやがるってんだ。どうしたよ。早く魔法を見せてみろってんだ。ほら遠慮はいらねえぜ。俺にパピョーンと魔法ってやつをお見舞いしてくれよ。
The black suits jeered at her, but Ange simply concentrated her mind in silence.
撃っちゃえば撃ってみろって言ってるのよ向こうは。
この子恐怖でもう頭がどうかしてるんだわ。バイバイエンジェちゃん。天国で好きなだけ魔女ごっこをしてなさい。撃て。
いいんですか。
おうち死ねエンジェ。
やれるもんならやってみなさいよあんたの魔法を。
The black suit cocked the gun and, sneering, pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire rang out. The world stopped. A red spray scattered out, and chunks of flesh flew. I don't know. If we look at this from a non-magical perspective, I'm thinking Amakusa pulled through. Showing them the magic of gun. You bother me? No! Read Amakusa's profile? Oh? Amakusa... fundamentally a thrill seeker, willing to take on dangerous jobs with very little pay. Did work as a guard for Ange, but after repeatedly violating Ava's strict orders not to speak to her, Ava grew to dislike him and fired him. Ange seemed to not mind having him around, often chat with her. This man, who has traveled between the Japan Self-Defense Force, the Foreign Legion, and non-government military companies, has skill in counter-sniping and protecting VIPs. So I'm thinking he's sniping. Because I did remember the counter-sniping thing. But that's only if magic isn't real, and I have no idea at this point. I keep coming up with theories for different things, but I have no idea. I'm just throwing things and hoping something hits or sticks to the wall. Yeah. Also, it is a little suspicious how Ange said shoot and then just stands there like she knows he's there, or at least trusts that he's there, and she's telling him to fire. It could be, well, it could be seen that way. I don't know.
Whatをしてるのマモン。銃弾ごとき無粋な石ころをエンジェ様に許すつもり。
Lucifer lined up the bullet perfectly, and with a single swing, sliced it. And in the chest of the black suit who had apparently fired the gun, was a hole as big as a fist.
たまには私が一番乗りでもいいわよね。
Half of Leviathan's body was covered with blood, and a cold smile was on her face. Then, slowly, the pitiful prey that she had brought down fell over.
貫いた人間を。
バカね。まだあんた信じてないの？私たちの主の魔力。
これだけの人間の前で権限したっていうの？
何を？何
Kasumi and the rest were flustered. He certainly seemed to have fired his gun. However, it hadn't hit Ange. And why was the person who fired hurt instead?
これが魔法。見事よ、レビアタン。
光栄の至り。我らが主に逆らう愚かなる人間どもよ。今こそひれ伏せ、審判の時。
どうして人間の世界に魔法は持ち込めないはずなのに、魔法は見えないはずなのに、触れられないはずなのに、どうして？
これが本当の魔法だからよ。
Magic of gun?
何をしてるのよお前たち。殺せ、殺せ。
One of the black suits, who had finally come to his senses, took out his gun, readied it.
我らが主に銃口を覗かせる無礼を私が許すと思ったか。死ね。
死ね. Those words were a requiem. The man's chest had already been pierced by Lucifer, who had become the stake of pride in an instant. With the sound of the second person falling, the black suits now realized for certain that their lives were in peril. The instant one of the black suits doubled over in shock and turned on his heels to escape from that place, the stake of sloth.
我が主への狼藉に対する報い、これしきで済んだことに感謝せよ。死ね
！In his right eye, a hole as big as a walnut opened, and his head split. Oh. Belphegor was sprayed with blood, and her face twisted demonically with the joy at being able to use her full power. The black suits were flustered, pointing their guns in every direction. But they didn't understand what was happening. They knew that something terrifying was coming for them from somewhere, but they didn't know where.
バカ！敵はあんたたちのすぐ目の前にいるわよ。魔女の家具があんたたちを狙ってる。
But they couldn't see. Because they didn't believe in magic, they could not see. Just as the Black Witch said, Satan was standing boldly right in front of a black suit. However, the black suit couldn't see her at all.
人間に私たちの姿が見えるとでも捉えられるとでも間抜けな人間が魔法に対する畏怖を忘れたる愚かの代償を払うがいい。
何よこれ、何が起こってるの？
あなたには見えない。愛がないから。
ありえない。これだけの人間がいて半魔法の毒素をばらまいてるってのに、どうして魔法が権限できるの？あんた何者なの？
魔女よ。あんたと違って本物の。
畜生！この
As though announcing his candidacy for becoming the fourth victim, one of the black suits pointed his gun at Ange. And the trigger was... Ange glared at him coldly and simply ordered,
死にさらせ！
次、サタン。
フンドのサタン、すでにここに。ならばが今のエンジェ様と私たちに銃弾ごときが当たると思うか。
The stake of anger pierced and smashed the bullet fired by the black suit, and continued straight on toward the man's face.
己が愚かさをし、地獄で後悔せよ。死ね
！With a terrible explosive sound, the upper half of the man's head was smashed. Bathed in scattered flesh and blood, Ange quietly asked one more question.
ねえ、かすみおばさん。まだ魔法信じる気にならないの？
こんなバカなことあるわけないでしょ。認めないわ。魔法なんてあるわけがない。そうよ。魔法なんてあるわけがない。魔女なんているわけがない。
Says the witch.
魔法はあるよ。魔女はいるよ。うりゅー。
そうよ。魔法はあるのよ。魔女はいるのよ。そしてこの怒りと悲しみで満ちた世界に幸せの世界への扉を開く鍵にできるの。あんたなんかにそれを否定させない。
幸せな世界への鍵はみんなの手に握られてるんだ。それを奪う資格は誰にもないんだ。
それを理解できぬ哀れな人間よ。そなたの人生に魔法の力があったなら、もっと違った穏やかなものになっていただろう。そなたがその生涯において本当の魔女と出会えなかったことを私は哀れむ。
Kasumi let out a piercing scream. At the same time, two of the black suits came for me at once, thrusting their guns at my head. Like they were trying to use me as a hostage against something their eyes couldn't see. Against the seven sisters of Purgatory, who had now reached the level of weapons, this was completely pointless.
畜生、どこにやがるんだ。攻撃をやめねえと この浜の犬じゃねえぞ。姿を現しやがれ。
Are we gonna get a double kill?
何言ってんのこいつ。美味しそうな腹渡をしてるくせに。園児様、次は私にお任せを。
許す。殺せ。
ありがたき幸せ。死ね
The man's chest split and his guts poured out. This terrible way of dying threw the other man into a total panic. Oh no, I guess the trajectory wouldn't be right for a double kill there, if they're on both sides. However, Asmodeus' form was already at his back, grasping his neck and smiling obscenely.
かわいい子。ねえねえ、どこを貫いてほしい？園児様、ご希望はございますか？
頭。
かしこまりました。我が主。
The head, yes.
死ね。
The final black suit had his head smashed by the stake of lust, and as his insides scattered, he twisted and fell. Boom! Headshot! In the gruesome world where 6 people lay in a sea of blood, witch and human confronted each other.
スマデラかすみ。そなたの哀れなる人生に私は心の底より同情する。その埋めえぬ心の穴を塞げる魔法を授けてもよい。そなたがその魔法を信じるならば。
If you can believe.
バカなこと言わないで。こんなの私は認めない。
As Kasumi, who was scared out of her wits, stepped backwards, she picked up a handgun that someone had dropped. Then, shaking, she pointed it at Ange.
そうよ、かすみ。その銃で撃ちなさい。あんたの憎しみを銃弾に変えて放ちなさい。殺してやる。殺してやる。あんたを殺さなきゃ私の人生は報われないのよ。そうよ、殺して引き金を引いて。あいつにあんたのみすぼらしい今日までの全ての怒りを悲しみを全部叩きつけてやるの。そうでなきゃあんたは痛みと苦しみから解放されないのよ。
Oh, she'll be released from her pain and anguish, all right.
やめて、かすみおばさん。黒き魔女に耳を貸してはダメ。
殺してやる。殺してやる。あんたの母親のせいで私の人生はめちゃくち
ゃ。なら私の魔法でその人生をこれから少しずつ明るく穏やかなものにもできるかもしれない。あなたが魔法を信じ心を入れ替えさえすればあなたに新しい世界への扉を開いてあげられるの。
Seems like Ange really does want to give her a second chance.
そんなものはないわ。 あいつの言う救いなんてどうせおとぎ話の中だけよ。あんたの人生はもはや死ぬまでトゲまみれ。その苦痛の叫びをあいつに聞かせてやりなさい。失ったものは何も取り返せないのよ。そうでしょ、スマデラカスミ。
そうね、何も取り返せないかもしれない。でもきっと新しく何かを生み出すことができる。だからかすみおばさん、その銃を捨ててかすみおばさんにも幸せな世界を教えてあげられるかもしれない。
私はね、あんたの母親が逃げたせいで、あんたの母親の言い名付けと身代わりに結婚させられたのよ。将来を誓い合った男がいたのよ。別れさせられたのよ。あんたの母親の代わりと継がされて、話もろくにしたことがない男とちぎりを交わさせられた私の気持ちが分かるっての。殺してやりたかった。なのに姉さんは勝手に死んだ。だからあんたを殺すの。そうでなきゃ私のトゲまみれの人生は終わらないのよ。
You are a very sad person. Rip. From Kasumi's eyes, tears of passion dripped down. So pitiable. This person's tears were so clear and beautiful. But for that very reason, she hadn't been able to fully withstand her sad pain, and had been given no choice but to listen to the Black Witch's temptation.
かわいそうに。ならばせめてあなたの魂を永遠に解放し、連鎖の鎖から解き放ってあげるわ。それが今の私にできる唯一の施しかもしれない。
死ねー、後ろ宮エンジェ
さようなら、かすみおばさん。静かな世界でゆっくりと休んで。
I no longer feel anger or hatred for you. I just want to let your soul rest in peace. Kasumi's handgun spat fire. Slowly, that bullet continued through a world frozen to the utmost limit, aiming for Anja's forehead.
マモン、
強欲のマモン、ここに。
ありがとう。あなたたちと作太郎に出会えたから私は全てを理解できた。
エンジェ。
作太郎は後ろを向いていなさい。マモン、その女を解放してあげて、そしてマリアージュ・ソルシエルの名誉を守れ。
はい、覚悟せよスマデラカスミ。
Even though the world was frozen, the stake of greed flashed like lightning, and had already gotten behind Kasumi.
貴様に多少の得があるなら再び煉獄の山で相まみえようぞ。死ね
ー! The upper half of Sumadera Kasumi's head was smashed. Her cage of flesh was shattered, and she was finally released,
あとはあんたね、黒き魔女。今となってはあなたにエヴァおばさんの面影を見ていることさえ彼女に申し訳なく思うわ。
私の姿が未だに後ろ宮エヴァに見えているなら、それはあんたの中で未だに私が許せてないということだわ。わかっているのよ、エンジェ。あんただってトゲまみれの人生から解放されたくて仕方がないの。なら面白いことを思いついたわ。私もあんたに魔法を見せてあげる。あんたを殺すのは私じゃないわ。
With the worst of smiles on her face, the Black Witch changed her form into something like a black mist, or else a vast swarm of black flying insects, which began to swirl around me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Then that black mist began to gather bit by bit, shaping itself into the form of a human.
何の真似？
Nani?
うすうすは想像がついてるくせに。あんたが最も憎み恨んだあの女よ。そして女もあなたを最も恨み憎んだ。
Way too dank. Ah, that was loud. When the black mist cleared, over there was Aunt Ava's form, as she had been during her life. What was it? Yeah. Her hands were holding a gun.
エヴァおばさんは死んだわよ。
お久しぶりね、エンジェ。あんたを殺すために地獄から戻ってきたわよ。
Aunt Ava glared at me with a mad laugh.
でもあまり驚かないわ。エヴァおばさん、そういう人だったし。
私のお葬式はさぞや気分が晴れ晴れしたでしょ。私も晴れ晴れしていたわよ。あんたの面を二度と見なくて済むようになるんだからね。でもたった一つだけ心残りがあったわ。それがこれよ。
私を殺すこと？それが最後の遺言だったの。
How pitiful. Even after death, my aunt wasn't released from her pain.
黒き魔女の力こそ私の魔法の源泉だったわ。怒りと憎しみが私に努力と不屈を教えてくれた。それはあんたの言う現実逃避の魔法とは全く違うの。
あんたの言う魔法なんてただの八つ当たりによるストレス解消だわ。私たちの魔法は違う。世界そのものを作り変えるの。あんたの性悪魔法とは全く格が違う。
なら黒と白のどちらが勝つかこの場で決着をつけてあげる。死してなお 黒き魔法で復活してあんたをこうして重厚で狙える私の奇跡に、あんたの白き魔法はどんな奇跡で対抗を？半魔法の毒素であなたを取り込んだわ。七姉妹はもう二度と呼べないわよ。さっきの奇跡はもう起こらない。
それでも怒るから魔法って言うんだわ。いいわよ。マモン、私に力を貸して。
But Mammon didn't respond. She didn't appear. Certainly, as she'd said, the magic-resisting toxin had burned everything up like a wasteland parched by a blazing sun. This might be a little tough.
呼びかけても無駄よ。もう二度と煉獄の七姉妹は答えない。
だからそれでも呼べるから魔法なのよね。
哀れね、エンジェル。さよなら。あんたとのささやかな日々はそこそこに楽しかったわ。これでお別れね。よかったわね。あんたの終着駅がここ
で。ええ、まったくよ。気が利くわね。
ありがとう。それじゃお別れ。
The barrel of the gun rose slowly, so that you could see all the way down it. You could piece together. Wait, what? Yeah, a few days we spent together were fun in there. Oh yeah, that's true. Well, wait a minute. The few days we spent together were fun in their own way. Good. Could it be Amakusa? Or maybe the boat owner, but no, I doubt that would be the case. Would Amakusa have turned on her? After all, he was hired by the Ushiromiya group originally. They might have wanted to get rid of Ange. Yeah, Okanogi. So this way, I don't know if they did this to maybe put suspicion on whatever Kasumi's group. But yeah, I wonder if Ava is actually Amakusa. Then the trigger was slowly... At that moment, the gun exploded. It wasn't that it fired. It burst. You're kidding me. In shock, inside a frozen space, Ava looked at the ruptured gun. When time melted, the fragments would probably smash into her face all at once.
強欲のママ、ここに。バカ。
But why gun explode? I mean, here it's shown by Mammon, but I'm really leaning towards the magic does not actually exist thing here. So everything could have been explained by Amakusa sniping people. But then if we say this was Amakusa, disguised as Ava in her imagination, why gun explode? Behind Ava's back, Mammon stood. She had already penetrated the target I had given her, which was the gun.
これで魔法は十分？エヴァおばさん。
Then time melted. The fragments of the burst gun and exploding gunpowder burned her face. Letting out a shrill scream, she covered her face and rolled around. Pitiful.
運がなかったわね。これでゲームオーバーよ。エヴァおばさん。
I just want to check. Cosme is still listed as alive. I signaled to Mammon so that Ava would be freed quickly from the pain of her burnt face as she writhed around.
ありがとう、マモン。あの日の教室で、あなたたちの無力を罵ったことを、今こそ心の底より、そして再び謝るわ。あなたたちは魔女を守るための優秀な家具だった。
こちらこそ感謝します。良き魔女に、良き主に最後に出会え、家具の本分を尽くせたことを心より光栄に思います。
Mammon had understood. This would be the final job I'd give her. Mammon quietly walked up to me. Then she looked down at Ava.
エヴァおばさん、今日まで付き合ってくれてありがとう。これでお別れよ。Have a nice dream. See you hell.
Cool. Then, the light sound of her forehead being bored into rang out. The battle of gunpowder smoke and fury, of white and black magic, ended. I get the feeling it was a long, truly a long journey. And the world slowly sank into darkness. The stars that should have been sparkling lay not in the sky, but were scattered beneath me. When I realized that the pearl and ruby made a red and white stream, I noticed that it was a vast nighttime scene spread out below. I was in the sky of that nighttime scene, neither standing nor flying, but simply floating. From nowhere in particular, I could hear a clap, clap, clap. A truly dull applause. I know. It's the one who ordered me to go on a journey. Bernkastel.
おめでとう。無限の魔女エンジェ・ベアトリーチェ。あなたは旅路の末に魔法の全てを理解したわ。
ええ、私は今や魔法のすべてを理解した。私は魔女よ。マリアージュ・ソルシエルが生み出した魔法世界を継承した最後の魔女。
あなたにしかベアトリーチェの世界を切り裂けない。
魔法を知るからこそそれに抵抗も覚えるわ。魔法は愛と悲しみと怒りでできている。ベアトリーチェがどんなに残酷な魔女であったとしても、その魔法の源泉は全く同じ。だからこそ彼女のその世界を本当はそっとしてあげたい。少なくとも彼女にとってその世界は完成しているのだから。
あなたが家族を諦められるならね。
そうだから申し訳ないけれど、私は戦わなければならない。家族を取り戻せるかもしれないわずかの確率に勝てて魔女となる旅に出たのだから。
ベアトリーチェを殺さない限り、あなたには孤独な世界しか存在しない。それを100億のかけらを旅した私が保証するわ。
分かってるわ。同情してる余地なんて私にはないのよ。心を鬼にして彼女の心を切り裂かなくてはならない。
その気持ちが揺るぎないならよかったわ。同じ魔女同士情が移って志をくじくんじゃないかと心配したわ。
It felt a bit hollow hearing that from a person whose face was almost always expressionless. Berncastle, the mysterious witch who invited me on this journey.
私、あなたが嘘をついてたんじゃないかと疑ってたことがあったわ。
どうして？
私は1998年のエンジェだから、家族を救ってもそれは1986年のエンジェが救われるだけ。この私が救われるわけじゃない。だから騙されていると思っていたことがあるの。
その通り、私はあなたを騙したわ。
でも今は感謝してる。だってあなたは私に家族の取り戻し方を結局は教えてくれたもの。
私は何も教えてないわ。それを知ったのだとしたら、それはあなたが魔女として自ら至った境地だわ。それは私のそれとは違う境地。私に理解はできないけれど、もしもそうならばおめでとう。
私はこのゲームのプレイヤーではなく駒だとあなたは私に言ったわよね。
ええ、言ったわ。
その役割を今こそ完全に理解した。駒に 感情はいらない。ただ勝利のために最善を尽くせばいい。
ええ、その通りよ。ゲームは最善手を差し合うものでしょう。躊躇や戸惑いで指し手をおかしくしてたら対戦相手も混乱するわ。
Sorry, Beatrice, but don't hate me. Ushiromiya Ange still needs her family. So I have the right to fight you, so that I can take them back. And you have the responsibility to be challenged by me to a fight. So don't hate me. In exchange, if you do win this game, I'll give you my blessing as well. Come on, let's go. As the piece I am, it's finally time for my true turn. Sorry, Beatrice. I won't hand Oni-chan over to you. The world whitened. It wasn't white. It was a gold color, as bright as can be. There was the beautiful Ushiromiya family rose garden. However, the flowers on the roses were all gold. The nectar was also gold-colored. The butterflies gathered there were gold as well. This is the Golden Land. The promised land that the witches of Mariai's Sorcière had finally been guided to. There, all wishes are granted, and all magic and dreams are born. In that garden of gold roses were two, and only two, witches. I appeared as an uninvited guest, making that atmosphere tremble with unrest. What was to them a wind of misfortune shook the golden roses. The incredibly beautiful scene formed by the golden rose petals scattered by the wind was clearly something not of this world. The two who had been taking a walk on a path of golden roses noticed me and were surprised.
Henju? Beato, Henju だ。
どうやってここへ。引き取られよ。わらわはもはやここへは誰も招かぬのだ。
Beato spoke coldly. He seemed like a completely different person from the boldly sneering woman she had once been. She had closed off her heart and shut herself up in a world where she was alone with Maria One-chan. A world where she could always be alone with a friendly Maria One-chan, lecturing about magic while drinking tea, with no one to hurry them and nothing to hold them back. A world where not a single person who might hurt them existed. Yes, to the two of them, it was a small, perfect universe.
悪いわね。あんたにここに引きこもられちゃ困るのよ。私たちはあんたが戻ってこなきゃゲームが進まないの。
わらわは飽きたからやめたと言った。もうゲームには戻らぬ。
ベアトはね、ずっとここでマリアと一緒にいるの。ここで一緒にお茶を飲んでね、いろいろな遊びを考えるの。
Yeah, how will she manage to coax her out? Will she coax? Or will she be able to strong arm her out?
エンジェも一緒に遊んでいいんだよ。
How much power does she have?
マリア、それはならぬと言ったはず。わらわにはそなただけがいればよい。
Is this even real? I don't know. Because back there on the island, it seemed like maybe, probably, possibly it was just imagination overwriting reality. But now we're here and I have no idea what's going on again.
だからそなたもわらわだけがいればよいと言っておくれ。
ありがとう。マリアをそこまで必要としてくれる人はベアトだけだよ。ならベアトと一緒にいる。二人きりでいい。
マリア、すまぬ。ありがとう。
Beato held Maria tight, even creating a small, warm universe between their joined arms. It was probably the birth of the smallest universe in the world. Smallest universe in the world, which a pair who needed each other could give birth to. I find it sort of funny that they say the smallest universe in the world. Yeah. just think about that for a moment. No matter how small it was a complete world. But I had to tear it apart.
悪いけど、そういうわけにはいかないの。私はこのマリアージュ・ソルシエルの黄金鏡をぶっ壊しにやってきたわ。
Person universe is the smallest, yeah.
なぜわらわの世界を壊すのか。この世界がわらわとマリア以外の誰に迷惑をかけたというのか。
Well, yeah, because you're not continuing the game.
あんたが始めて終わらせずにほったらかしたゲームでお兄ちゃんがずっと待たされてる。あんたが席に戻らなくちゃ勝負は永遠に終わらないのよ。
あのゲームにもはやプレイヤーは一人もおらぬわ。バトラは消え去り、わらわもまた消え去り、ここにいる。あのゲームはもはや終わったのだ。
終わってない。あんたの始めたゲームでしょ。最後まできっちり責任を持って終わらせなさい。バトラを打ち負かし、あなたが本当に望んだ世界を生み出すか、あなたが打ち負かされあなたの魔法に飲み込まれた全てを解放するか、しっかり最後まで責任を取りなさい。
ダメだよエンジ。ベアとはこの世界でマリアと永遠に二人きりで過ごすの。マリアもベアとさえいれば他には何もいらないの。
I'm getting big Maria and Rosa vibes again.
ここでは全ての願いが叶う。全てがある。
This golden land is made up of nothing more than the crystallization of Beatrice's and Maria One-chan's thoughts. Drag Beato out of this world. I'm going to have to destroy it. I will destroy this golden land, which must be a final, peaceful world in Beatrice's eyes.
お姉ちゃん、 それは違う。この黄金鏡は嘘つきだわ。お姉ちゃんの本当に叶えたい願いを叶えてくれていない。
そんなことないよ。ここでは何でも叶うの。見て、ここには優しいママだっている。
Even a nice mama here. Oh, well, no, now she summoned Rosa. Gold butterflies gathered behind Maria, forming into a kindly, smiling Aunt Rosa. After smiling sweetly at me, it became golden petals and crumbled.
ここでは何だって生み出せるの。エンジだって生み出せるよ。バトラだって、ジョージお兄ちゃんだって、ジェシカお姉ちゃんだって。いくらでも呼び出せるよ。みんな優しくしてくれるよ。エンジもおいでよ。一緒に遊ぼう。
Sorry, One-chan.
作太郎は
Upon hearing Sakutaro's name, One-chan looked like she was choking.
よせ、その名を口にするな。
Ito's expression changed as well, and she hugged Maria, guarding her shoulders. Sakutaro's name was still taboo for One-chan.
どうして口にしちゃいけないの？マリアお姉ちゃんの一番の親友の名前よ。どうしてその親友をこの素敵な黄金鏡に招いてあげないの？どうしてこの何でも願いの叶う黄金鏡では作太郎だけ呼び出すことができないの？
それは良いのだぞ、マリア。作太郎のことを思い出さなくても。
作太郎はママに殺されたんだよ。
Maria One-chan flew into a rage with a terrible expression on her face. Surprised by that voice, the butterflies throughout the garden flew up, blowing around like a typhoon of flower petals.
ええ、知ってるわ。ローザおばさんが大切な作太郎のぬいぐるみを引き裂いたわ。
Maria's scream became a storm that violently scattered the golden petals and leaves. It truly was a storm of gold.
やめよ、やめよ、やめよ、やめよ。なぜマリアの心の傷を再び引き裂こうとするのか。わらわとマリアの大切な親友の眠りを汚すな。
ならどうしてその大切な親友をあなたの魔法で蘇らせてあげないの？
それができるものならやっている。しかしあのぬいぐるみはローザによる手作りの品。そのたった一つが引き裂かれた魔法的意味は。
ごまかさないで。どうして作太郎が蘇らせられないか。答えは一つだわ。あなたが本当の魔女じゃないからよ。
蘇らせられるとも。わらわの魔法でいくらでもこうして蘇らせられるとも。
Oh?
作太郎でこの庭園を埋めることだってできようぞ。
ええ、 できるでしょうね、あなたの魔法では。でもあなたの生み出した作太郎は決してお姉ちゃんには見えない。どうしてか分かってるでしょ？もう一度言うわ。あなたが本当の魔女でないからなのよ。
やめて！どうしてエンジェはそんなひどいことばかり言うの？ベアとはたくさん魔法が使えるよ。とても素敵な魔女なんだよ。サクタロだけは蘇らせられなかったけど、他のことなら何だってできるの。だからサクタロだけは我慢できるの。
ううん、お姉ちゃん、それは違うわ。魔女にできないことなんてないの。それができない時点でベアトリーチェは本当の魔女じゃないわ。
それは違うよ。サクタロのよりしろのぬいぐるみはママの手作りの特別なものだから。
だから蘇らせられないの？ベアトリーチェのあなたの魔法はそんなにも不便なの？
ならばそなたならサク太郎を蘇らせられるというのか？そなたの魔法ならばそれができるというのか？
できるわ。
なんだと？
マリアお姉ちゃん、私が本当の魔法を見せてあげるわ。私がサク太郎を蘇らせてあげる。
本当？ベアトリーチェもできなかったんだよ。本当に？
ええ、できるわ。その代わり約束して、私がサク太郎を蘇らせてあげたなら。この黄金鏡から出て行きなさい。
そんなことは許さぬ。ここはわらわとマリアの世界。マリアがいなくなったら壊れてしまう。
The minimum number of humans it takes to create a universe is 2. Otherwise, that world is destroyed. To drag out the witch shut away in the Golden Land, I'll have to destroy this world.
そう。それこそがあなたが魔女でない証拠よ。本当の魔女ならね、宇宙は一人で生み出せるのよ。マリアージュ・ソルシエール魔女同盟。この同盟の存在自体があなたが魔女でないことの証になっている。
嫌だ。マリアは渡さぬ。そなたは嫌いだ。今すぐに帰れ。ここから出て行け。
勝手にみんなをゲームに引きずり込んでおいて、自分は機嫌一つで飽きたり追い出したり、なんて自分勝手なの。見なさい、ベアトリーチェ。そしてマリアお姉ちゃん、これが本当の魔法なのよ。
本当にサク太郎を蘇らせられるの？
できるわけがない。ここはわらわとマリアの2人だけの黄金鏡。部外者のそなたに使える魔法など一つもない。今のそなたには超一匹生み出すことさえかなわぬわ。
静かにしてベアト。返事を邪魔しないで。
When Maria yelled, the storm suddenly stopped, and the area returned to silence. The scene, as a massive number of golden petals that had been blown upward quietly drifted down, was fantastical, as though a golden snow was falling. Maria, thinking about this unlikely, if only miracle, had unconsciously joined her hands together as though praying. Beato watched Maria do this, her heart racing. If the extremely unlikely were to happen, Maria would... this world would... But it's unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. That stuffed animal, which had been the only one in the world, was torn apart and thrown away, and not a thread remained. Reviving it was certainly and absolutely impossible. This is my golden land, it read. A world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist.
できるものならやってみろ、後ろ宮エンジ！
At Beato's scream-like cry, the world lost its sound. I slowly recited the incantation for true magic.
さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。マリアの親友の作太郎。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか、思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんなに愛くるしいぬいぐるみだったのか、思い出してごらんなさい。
Expressions of shock rose to both of their faces. Then, pushing Beato's elbow aside, Maria dashed forward.
サキ太郎！
Aww. The red was denied. Was the red truth always true? Question is, how can Andrew revive Sakutaro? Yeah. Yeah, how did Andrew do it if red is the truth? That is the question. No, and even Beatrice cannot. Then, she clung to us both.
大丈夫。作太郎は消えないよ。
ウリュウ、マリア、ただいま。サク太郎、サク太郎。サク太郎、会いたかった。
It was, without a doubt, That stuffed animal lion, Sakutaro. Softness, its texture, its stitches, its everything. Maria had forgotten. But the instant she hugged that stuffed animal, it all came back to her vividly.
Uryu. Maria. Tadaima. Sakutaro! Sakutaro! 体は平気なの？どこも痛くない？あんなにひどいことされたのにどこも平気なの？ウリュウ、エンジェが魔法で蘇らせてくれたから全然平気なの。よかった。よかった。おかえり、サク太郎。もうマリアといつまでも一緒だよ。永遠に一緒だよ。だから僕を離さないでね。離さないよ。永遠に。
Then, still hugging Sakutaro, she looked up at me with tear-filled eyes.
ありがとう、エンジェ。エンジェの魔法はすごい。どうしてサク太郎を蘇らせることができたの？ベアトにもできなかったのに。
ありえぬ。ありえぬ。どうしてわらわの黄金鏡でわらわ以外の人間が魔法を使えるのか。
How can a human other than me use magic in my golden land? Why isn't she saying witch, eh?
こんなことは断じてありえぬ。
何をうろたえているのよ、ベアトリーチェ。これが魔法でしょ。
魔法のわけがない。ここはわらわの黄金鏡。わらわ以外の魔法は絶対に存在できない世界。そしてわらわの魔法でサク太郎を蘇らせることはできなかった。できるはずがないのだ。そのぬいぐるみは特別なぬいぐるみ。ローザが娘の誕生日のために作った世界でたった一つの
Wait. The only... It's not the only one? Because that's where she choked. There was a second Sakutaro? Or maybe he found the manufacturing design thingy? Made another one?
Ne? 魔法でしょ。
Wait, why is Ange crying? this miracle that she couldn't possibly accept. Beato understood all of my magic. Rose is a fashion designer. Rose is a truly awful person. Is your view of this? Wait, why would that make Rosa an awful, or truly an awful person? Blue lows every time. I mean, made for her daughter's birthday and wasn't the only one. Maybe it was originally made for her birthday, but then she mass-produced it? So in the end, there were more? But she had Maria thinking it was special. I mean, it is still special. It was made for her birthday, but yeah, then that doesn't make it less special necessarily, but it does make it mass-produced. Or the other way around? Well, if it was already mass-produced, then it wouldn't have been made for her daughter's birthday, would it? Or, well, I don't know. That's a little confusing. Maybe she lied and just buy it? Well, if we assume that the red is still correct, this part was in red. This is a special stuffed animal made by Rosa for her daughter's birthday, and in the entire world, the only part is where she choked. Not sure that the point she choked is that important. I mean, like when Battler choked, it was only after he tried to say Sumu's name. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Unless they explain exactly how it works, I don't know. It could go either way. Really think she bought a random animal though. I mean, I could see that. I don't know. I'm still confused. It could be interpreted multiple ways. Also, to clarify, that's what Ange saw in the future. It transformed her purpose. Wait, what? That Sakutaro was mass-produced? Oh, I know what you're talking about now. The Sakutaro doll in the boat shop, yeah. I didn't see it, but yeah, I could tell that's what you were implying. I mean, I didn't know back then, but now that you say it that way, yeah. So she saw a Sakutaro doll. Or several, yeah. But I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that it was already mass-produced. Like, I could see it easily being Like, she made it for her daughter's birthday. Her daughter loved it so much, and she's like, hey, maybe this would be a really good doll to mass produce. And then she mass produced it. And maybe it ended up doing well? I don't know. I mean, if we can see it 12 years later, I think it might have been clarified in some supplemental material that several. Okay. Don't really want to give Rosa the benefit here. I mean, I wouldn't say it's. I wouldn't say it makes things anything. Or I wouldn't say it makes anything better for Rosa. In fact, I think it's like just as scummy if she sees that her present for her daughter. Well, I mean, I don't know. It could be seen as scummy if she uses her present for her daughter and mass produces it. I mean, like, to her daughter, it was special. It was the only one in the world, and that's part of why it was special. So, if she just goes and mass produces it, then it sort of lessens the value, I guess. So, I mean, I could see Rosa doing that. But yeah, it could be either way, I don't know. I'm just assuming that the red truth is still true, and that's why, and that way it could work. I don't know. Because anything, I mean, as long as it can, as long as it can come out in the red truth, yeah. As long as it can be said in red, then it should be true. And since the made for her daughter's birthday special stuffed animal was able to come out fully, I think that part at least is true. Yeah. There we go. Because if you can't, or if it's not true, you can't say it in red. Ito understood, understood all of my magic. That's confusing. She looked at Maria and Sakutaro, innocently frolicking around. Looked at me, and then fell to her knees, with even her hands pressed to the ground, and cried.
Beatrice! これは本当に魔法なんだよね魔法なんだよねベアトリーチェ
魔法であるぞそれこそが本当の魔法であるぞ
どうしてベアトにもできない魔法をエンジが使えるのどうしてエンジすごいエンジはすごい魔女マリアなんかよりもずっとすごい本当の魔女だよ
ええ、そうよ、お姉ちゃん。私は反言の魔女エンジェ。私に蘇らせられないものはないわ。
すごいよすごい反言の魔法って一番難しいってベアとも言ってたのにエンジはすごい本当の大魔女なんだ
At that time, Maria's and Sakutaro's forms flashed gold, and the forms of the two became golden flower petals that crumbled away. As the two became a golden wind and swirled together, they left for some other peaceful place, not here. Beato had, as promised, banished Maria from the Golden Land.
さよなら、マリアお姉ちゃん。そしていつまでもお幸せに。大丈夫よ。お姉ちゃんの世界にも必ずあなたはいるわ。でもそれはあなたのことじゃない。
Nani?
よかったな、マリア。わらわはそなたの親友としてその再会を心より祝福するぞ。
On Beato's face was a mixture of what was probably every expression a human could muster. It was joy, anger, and sadness.
それが魔法の根源よね。愛がなければ、悲しみがなければ、怒りがなければ、魔法は見えない。
Without love, without sadness, without anger, magic cannot be seen. The ground shook. An earthquake gradually summoned greater and greater fissures and began to tear Beatrice's final paradise apart. Golden butterflies fluttered about, trying to escape, but there was nowhere else to escape to. Beatrice was the same. The Golden Land began to crumple away. The earth crumbled downward like a floor falling through, and Beatrice was sucked into the depths of a jet-black darkness. Then she was mercilessly slammed against a jet-black floor. It was a dimly lit smoking room. There was no door to exit by, and while there was a window, it let no light. Into Beatrice's shadowy smoking room. Even though Beato was moaning from the pain of being slammed against that cold, hard floor, she shakily rose to her feet. There was a seat there, and the game table, still just as it had been when she'd left it. The game board also remained in the same state that Beato had left it in.
そこがあなたの席よ。座りなさい。
わらわに座るべき席はここしかないということなのか。
Beato put a hand against her own seat and laughed sadly.
勝つか負けるか、あなたに与えられるのはそれだけよ。それに行き着く過程での引き分けは許されるでしょう。でも中断して投げ出すことだけは許さない。勝って生き残るか負けて消え去るか、そのどちらかになるまであなたはその席を立つことなんて許されない。それが魔女のゲームのホストである黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェの唯一の務めでしょ。
Laughing weakly, Beato sat in that seat. Then she rested her elbows and covered her face with both hands, showing off a smile with nothing but her mouth.
勝てぬゲームを逃げることは許されぬか。ならばよかろう。わらわが負けるまで繰り返そうではないか。
I wondered. I wondered if for some reason she thought she would lose. And that's why she tried to escape, and that does seem to be true.
何よ気弱な。勝ちなさいよ。あなたの最善手を尽くしなさい。あなたが始めたゲーム。あなたには最善手を指す義務がある。いい加減に優柔不断にふざけるのはやめて。
At that time, there was a violent sound. Ito felt a cold, pathetic sensation on her leg.
捕まえた。やっと捕まえたわよ、ベアト。
おや、大ラムダデルタ教ではないか。まだおられたとはな。
Ito's foot was caught in an ice-cold steel shackle, tying her to the chair she sat in. She would no longer be able to escape from this seat. Wait, but what if she needs to use the bathroom?
もう逃げられないんだからね。私こう見えてもしつこいの。意外でしょ？
I mean, like, where's all that tea gonna go?
自覚がなかった方が意外であるわ。
あんたには中座も中断も許されてないのよ。永遠に戦うのよ。勝つためにね。負けたくはないでしょ？負けたらどんな素敵な世界に叩き落とされるか、ちょっぴりだけ覗いてみたい。大丈夫よ。勝てるわよ。この大ラムダデルタ教があんたが勝つまでつきっきりで永遠に面倒を見てあげるから。
But Lambda Delta doesn't want her to win.
しかし戦いたくともわらわの向かいに対戦相手はおらぬぞ。
I wonder if Bernkastel's bringing back Battler.
大丈夫よ。バトラーを見つけてきたの。
I am a prophet. When Bernkastel appeared and clapped her hands, Battler appeared from the sky and plopped into the opposite chair. Battler's eyes were slightly opened, but there was no sparkle in them, almost like a doll's. Without one of the pillars that established his soul, he had fallen into the depths of the darkness of despair. Wait, what? Wait, I was making up words there. He's fallen into the depths of darkness, and had been drifting about all this time. Sometimes I am amazed at my brain's ability to just make up the rest of sentences. Thinking I'll have to go a bit longer today. Yeah, I see it's already past 12. Will I be able to finish this within the hour? You think? Because I do want to finish this today. I was planning on finishing episode 4 today. I think we've been in episode 4 long enough. He should have then scattered and disappeared like mist. Bernkastel had managed to scrape him together. It's incredible that she managed to bring him back into a human form. However, Even though his flesh had returned, his soul had not. It had been blown away by Beatrice after having its existence denied. It wouldn't come back easily.
バトラもこの戦いを逃げないわ。あんたに勝つまでね。勝ち目がなくなってきたからって全て投げ出して逃げるなんて、そんな無粋を許しはしない。彼だってそんなことを望んではいないわ。でしょ、後ろ宮バトラ。
Battler didn't answer. His heart was still dead. His eyes wavered slightly at the question, but he couldn't answer.
バトラ、しっかり。あなたはここにいるわよ。そして敵は目の前にいる。戦って勝つために。
Battler lazily repeated that, speaking incoherently. He'd come back. The wound he bore on his soul was no small thing. That was only natural. Beatrice had woven her red, and he had been denied. He had learned that the mother he'd respected was not his birth mother, and he didn't know who he was.
自分は後宮バトラではない。
Go past 1 a.m., but not by much. I will persevere.
バカなこと言ってんじゃないわ。
Hopefully. Hopefully.
あんたは他の誰でもない後宮バトラよ。誰が認めようと否定しようと、あなたがそれを信じなさい。あなたの世界はね、あなただけが作れるのよ。あなたが後宮バトラである世界を失わないで。
じゃあ俺は誰なんだよ。お袋の子じゃないんだぜ。俺はどこから生まれてきたんだよ。
Atler asked that question as his eyes, which still hadn't regained their sparkle, stared lazily up at the ceiling. Of course, she answered right away.
ええ、そうね。レアトが赤き真実で宣言したわ。だから私も宣言する。後宮バトラは後宮アスムの息子ではないわ。
Are getting through it faster because of less reading? Yeah, we're speeding through.
なれば我がゲームの対戦相手の資格はないではないか。
Oh, Beatrice, we see through your tricks.
ベアトリーチェに復唱要求。後宮バトラは後宮金蔵の孫ではない。
Yeah, and sees it right away. As Beato wrinkled her forehead, a painful-looking smile rose to her face.
復唱拒否ね。レアトが宣言した2つの赤き真実。バトラはアスムの息子ではない。そして金蔵の孫であるバトラにしか対戦相手の資格がない。
Truly an incompetent protagonist we got here. Yeah. Like I said, I can see him being a little busy mentally, finding out that he's not the son of who he thought was his mother. But yeah, there's some very much more important things going on right here, Battler.
これに矛盾せずにバトラに資格を認められるのは以下の仮説よ。 これが私の青き真実。聞きなさい。ベアとの対戦相手の資格は金蔵の孫である後宮バトラであって、アスムの息子であるか否かは問題ではない。すなわちあなたはアスムの息子でなくても金蔵の孫であることはできる。ルドルフの息子でさえあるならば。
There we go. Exactly. As long as you're Rudolph's son.
くだらない言葉遊びよね。
Silly word games are par for the course.
青き真実有効よ。ベアと赤き真実での反論を。赤き真実で受けられないならバトラの対戦資格は何の問題もない。
Battler was still out of it. He still couldn't really understand what she was saying for him. But even so, his spirit was starting to come back, bit by bit.
じゃあ俺は誰なんだよ。
しっかりなさい。あんたは後宮バトラ。確かにアスムお母さんがあなたを産んだわけではないかもしれない。でもだから何？あなたにとって母親であることに何も変わりはないでしょ。
And there it is. That doesn't change in the slightest the fact that she was a mother to you, right? There we go.
例えばあなたにとって後宮エンジェは何？血は繋がってないかもしれないけど、それでも妹でしょ。血じゃないでしょ。絆でしょ。
そりゃそうさ。エンジェは血が繋がってなくても妹だ。
Aww.
赤で言って、エンジェは妹だって言って。
エンジェは俺の妹だ。あ、言えた。
That's heartwarming. She hugged Battler, who was still out of it, and slumped in his chair, strongly from behind. So much that it hurt.
どういう事情でアスムお母さんがあなたの生みのお母さんじゃないかはわからない。でもあなたは今日まで、そして今でも母親だと信じてるでしょ。世の中にはね、母親さえ、家族さえいない人だって大勢いるのよ。アスムお母さんはあなたを寂しがらせたことがある？ないでしょ。あなたの平和だった家族を簡単に捨て去らないで。あんたは6年も家族の元から離れてたから、家族の絆が希薄すぎるのよ。もっともっと家族の絆を強く感じて、思い出して。
And she says this like she knew Asumu. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that can't be right. So yeah, it's just the intention. Yeah, Andrew was born after she died.
アスムお母さんのためにも、こんなくだらない魔女の妄言で愛情を失わないで。
そうさ。おふくろはいつだって俺の味方だった。ここはどこだよ。くれよ、帰りてえよ。 俺の家族は、みんなは、どこなんだよ。
The light still hadn't returned to Battler's eyes, but tears appeared.
お家であなたの妹が帰りを待ってるわ。せめてあなただけでも帰ってあげないと。彼女はいつまでも一人ぼっち。妹のためにもどうか魔女のゲームに勝って。
エンジ、俺の妹。でもよ、わからねえんだ。どうして俺はベアトとこんなわけのわかんねえ残酷なゲームを永遠に繰り返さなきゃならねえんだ。もう嫌だ。
なら早くこんなゲームに決着をつけてお家へ帰りなさい。後ろ宮バトラー、いつまでこんなところで遊んでいるの。妹が帰りを待ってるわよ。
That's right. Battler had been caught up in this strange game before he even knew it. Still unable to understand why he was fighting, he had been constantly sucked into the witch's pace, played with and made to fight. That should have been his most simple and first question. Because he didn't understand that, he had lost his purpose in fighting. That's why my voice won't reach Battler's ears. Instead of a vague purpose, like winning against the witch, or because he couldn't forgive her, he has to be aware of a purpose for which he must win.
そうだ。帰りたい。親父やおふくろ。エンジェのところに帰りたい。もう嫌だ。ここは嫌だ。もう魔女は嫌だ。ゲームも殺人も嫌だ。嫌だ。嫌だ。
バトラの魂が戻りかけてる。
でもあとちょっとが届いていない。
もう嫌でしょ。なら家族の元へ帰るためにも戦ってベアトリーチェを打ち破って帰ってきて。
嫌だ。もう魔女は嫌だ。ベアトも嫌だ。どいつもこいつも嫌だ。お前も嫌だ。お前だってどうせきっと魔女の仲間だ。いつまた裏切るかもわからない。何も信用できない。赤くない言葉は何も信用できない。俺に構うな。構うな。
Battler's soul howled. He hugged his head from behind, strong enough that it hurt.
早く帰ってきて、お兄ちゃん。私を一人ぼっちにしないで。
お前、誰？
私よ、エンジェよ。お父さんもお母さんもお兄ちゃんも誰も帰ってこない。寂しいよ。お願いだから早く帰ってきて。
エンジェ、お前エンジェだったのか。
そうよ、エンジェよ。 誰も帰ってこない世界の後宮エンジェ。私の家族は全てあの日の六軒島から帰ってこない。目の前のあの魔女が家族を全て、お兄ちゃんさえも奪い取ってしまった。お兄ちゃんだけがあいつをやっつけられる。あいつをやっつけて、そして家族を取り戻して、そして私のところに帰ってきて。
ベアトが俺の家族を。
そうとも。逃げも隠れもせぬわ。わらわが後宮エンジェから家族を奪った。バトラはわらわの玩具よ。その父親も母親もすべて玩具よ。そなたには返さぬわ。永遠に一りぼっちで帰らぬ家族の帰りを待ってさまよい続けるがいいわ。
From Ange's arms that held him, the painful, sad days that had been experienced by his lonely little sister flowed into Battler. Because he'd been playing around in a place like this, his little sister had been left all by herself, had been forced to endure all that pain.
エンジェくそ、俺は何をやってたんだ。ありがとうなエンジェ。お兄ちゃんは大切なことをずっと忘れていた。
Battler tried to turn around, but Ange was hanging onto his head with an incredible force, so he couldn't turn back. Was it sweat? Hot drops were splashing on the nape of Battler's neck. Oh no. Don't do this to me. But they were. He knew from holding Ange's arms that clung to him. Because it stained Battler's hand, his fingers red.
エンジェ、大丈夫か。おい。
It dripped and splashed. He didn't know what was going on. Battler didn't know, because he couldn't turn around. But the hot drops that stained his entire back were surely blood.
お兄ちゃんを助けるために、ここに来るために、唯一守らなきゃいけないルールがあったの。それがこれ。お兄ちゃんに私が演者だと知られてしまうこと。辛かったよ。お兄ちゃんが目の前にいるのにそれを口にできないなんて。このルールさえ守ればずっと永遠にお兄ちゃんのそばにいられるはずだった。お兄ちゃんと一緒に魔女と戦うゲームを永遠に
遊べるはずだった。でもそれじゃダメ。お兄ちゃんは帰らなきゃ。お家であなたの妹が待っているもの。それは私のことではないけれど、それであなたの妹は救われる。
エンジエンジこんなに違う。こんなに。
He wanted to turn around. He wanted to turn around, but Ange was gripping his head too tightly. However, judging by the blood that was pouring out and Ange's pain breathing, he realized that something seriously wrong was happening to her right now.
気にしないで。私は所詮駒だから。あのね、チェスではね、サクリファイスって言うんだって。
サクリなんだって。そんなことはどうでもいい。早く手当てを。この手を一度離すんだ。エンジェ。
サクリファイス、捨て駒のこと。戦略的展望のためにわざと損を承知で駒を見捨てることを。
In chess, the ultimate goal is victory. So if it can bring you victory in the end, there's nothing wrong with sacrificing a few individual pieces. Ange had coolly made a decision. He had been taught over and over again that she was a piece, not a player. In order to act like a piece and save Battler, right now she would have to become a sacrificial piece herself. Battler had to know. His purpose in this witch's game couldn't be something as abstract as finishing off the witch. He had to win the game, release himself, and bring his family back home. Why? Because he had family, a little sister who was waiting for him to come home. A being was created so that Ushiromiya Ange's voice could reach you. That's me, Ange Beatrice. I'll sacrifice the piece I am to give you the will to fight. To give you purpose. My purpose isn't to play with you in a witch's game for all eternity. I came to bring you Ushiromiya Ange's mourning and sadness. That is my unshakable purpose.
Ange! Ange!
The white, thin arm that held Battler became pale and transparent, almost like wax. And even so, the fresh blood stained it so cruelly.
私はもう消えちゃうけれど、お兄ちゃんは頑張って戦って、きっと私のところへ帰ってきてね。待ってるよ、ずっと。お兄ちゃんをもっといっぱい 手助けしてあげるつもりだったのに何もできなかった。ごめんね。
いいんだ。お前は俺に教えてくれたじゃねえか。どうして俺が勝たなくちゃならないか。そして俺が絶対に勝ってお前のところに帰ってやらなくちゃって。俺は何をこんなところでぼんやりと遊んでいたんだ。ああ、もうこんなところで遊んでなんかいないぞ。帰るからな、帰るからな。お土産持ってきっと帰るからな。約束する。
いらないから一つだけ約束して。
なんだよ、何でも約束する。
この手を今から離すね。痛かったでしょ。ギュッとしててごめんね。私は大丈夫だから振り返らなくていいから。だから最後にお兄ちゃんの一番かっこいいところを見せて。席を立って目の前の魔女を指さしてゲームの再開を宣言して。
And his hand slid and disappeared behind me. There were bloody fingerprints left behind, blurred by her fingernails. But I turned around right away. Take care of Ange's wounds.
Ange.
Darn it, Battler.
ああ、振り向いちゃダメって約束したのに。
エンジェ。どこへ。
Behind my chair. It was as though about 10 watermelons packed with blood had been smashed. And there was a sticky, pulpy mountain. And around that mountain of blood and minced meat, the clothes and shoes Ange had been wearing, they crumpled as though they'd been taken off and thrown away. As though just a human's insides had been pulverized and tossed there like scrap. As though Ange, who had been standing there until a second ago, had been crushed.
エンジェ。エンジェはどこだよ。エンジェはどこに消えたんだよ。おい、エンジェはどこに消えたんだよ。
The two young-looking witches said nothing, and just silently looked at the mountain of blood and meat and clothes. A I didn't want to accept it. Definitely didn't want to accept it.
わらわはそなたの正面でずっと見ていた。そなたの後ろでエンジがどうな
Oh no.
お前は知ってるのか？
Atler, why are you so incompetent?
エンジはどこへ行ったんだ？
You've ruined it, Battler.
生きながら焼けたでっかいペンチで一つ一つ親指大の大きさ全身の肉を引きちぎって捨てていくんだ。わらわは見ていた。
That's nasty.
魔女の釜で真っ赤に焼かれた無数の残忍なコーンにエンジ一つまで一つまで肉をついばひね引きちぎり細切れにするのを見ていた。エンジは誇っていい。兄と最後の言葉を交わすためにその苦痛の喘ぎを最後まで耐えたこと。
As if something like that could have happened. But on top of that mountain of flesh and clothes, what had fallen there was without a doubt what she had been wearing on her head. Those pink jeweled hair ornaments. To be honest, I thought they were a bit too childish for her and didn't suit her. But I remembered them well. Why did Ange wear such cheap hair ornaments all the time? No. The thought that this is Ange couldn't possibly be.
ベアとも正直ね。バトラには見えてなかったんだから蝶々になって飛んでいったとか言ってごまかしちゃえばいいのに。
お前らもそれを見ていたのか？エンジがバラバラに引きちぎられていくところを見ていたのかよ。見ててそんな平然とした顔をしてたのかよ。
Their wishes, Battler. Without answering, Bernkastel, Lambda Delta, and Beatrice stared at me. Some in pity, others in derision, watching me. Since she'd called herself Gretel, and after what had happened with Virgilia in the last game, I'd thought she might be Beato's underling. I'd been wary of her, not trusting her even though she was an ally. And now, after learning that it truly was Ange, without even being allowed to see her face, I turn around and find something like this. Ah!
良いではないか。妹のことなど。どうせそなたは永遠にここから帰れなどせぬわ。そなたが帰らぬ世界の妹などどうなろうが知ったことではなかろうが。 そなたがここで遊んでいる限り、無数の世界のエンジェが孤独となる。今の最後と同じ苦痛を10年以上にもかけて薄めて強いられる。だがそんなことはどうでもいいことではないか。ここにいるそなたには見えない、観測できない。観測できない真実は赤き真実を用いねば立証できない。だからエンジェのその後の不幸はそなたの杞憂かもしれない。案外ルドルフの遺産でのんびりと生涯働かずに暮らせてたりしてな。
That's a lie. From Anja's arm, every part of that sad future world had poured into me in an instant. All because I keep on blazing about forever, playing in a place like this. I never thought about anyone but myself. I must defeat her. I'll take back my family, back to where Anja's waiting, and come home as soon as I can. Because even as I hang around with a witch like this, Anja's heart continues to be torn to bits by sadness.
エンジェ、お前が見たかったのはこれだよな。
Song's called Endless Nine? Okay. I turned toward the cruel witch who had indifferently spoken of Anja's brutal last moments, and slowly, yet with all my might, pointed.
ベアトリーチェ。
うん。
ゲームの再開だ。もう俺は逃げねえし、お前も逃がさない。
Oh yeah, it's go time.
望むところへ。わらわはもはや逃げも隠れもできない。わらわとそなたの決着を確実につけよう。どちらかが勝つ、どちらかが敗れて滅ぶ。それ以外の結末は存在しない。
俺は勝つ。どれほどの時間をかけようと絶対にお前を打ち破る。この勝負にもう妥協も中断も不先輩もない。俺は逃げない、逃がさない。俺を本気で倒しに来いよ。くだらない騙しもごまかしもおかしな交流も馴れ合いも一切必要ない。お前と俺は敵同士。1秒でも早く決着をつけて俺はエンジェのところへ家族を連れ帰らなきゃならない。
揺るぎなき決意、絶対の意志、人間の絶対なる意志、絶対の魔力と、それは奇跡に通じ、それを約束する。そう、これは約束された絶対の奇跡。わらわの勝ちは100億に1つ。いや、ひとかけらの奇跡も絶対になく、わらわの足にはいつの間にか音もなく、もう片方の足にも冷たく頑丈な鎖が絡みつき、この椅子に縛り付けている。わらわに残されたる運命はバトラに殺され敗北することか。それを拒み 永遠に引き分けを繰り返すことのみ。いや、殺されるための心の整理がつくまで引き分けを繰り返すの間違い。いずれにせよ、敗れるためだけに戦わねばならぬ。もう永遠の鎖はわらわを縛り付けた。そしてバトラもまたわらはみっともなく許しを請うか。同情を請うために憐れみの心に訴えかけるか。なりふり構わず土下座して鎖のせいでそれもかなわぬ。チェックメイト。これは完全なる詰めだ。だがわらわは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。黄金鏡に君臨したる黄金の魔王。敗れるための戦いであってもわらわにはふさわしき態度がある。そしてわらわにふさわしき散り際を飾る権利も。わらわだって同じ。そなたに我が魔法を存在を認めさせてこの島に黄金鏡の扉を開く。そなたはその最初の茶会の主賓となるだろう。そなた以外は全員がすでに揃っているぞ。主賓の到着が遅れているからいつまでも茶会が開けない。そなたの父親も母親もいとこたちもみんなお前の到着を待ちくたびれているぞ。
ああ、上等だぜ。まったくにもって上等だ。何が魔法だ、何が魔女だ。お前との遊びはこれまでだ。行くぞベアトリーチェ。
存分に来るがよいぞ。妥協も中断も不先輩もない。どちらかが勝ちどちらかが滅ぶ。お前に負ける意志がないというのはわらわを倒すしかない。殺すしかない。しかしわらわもむざむざと殺されはしない。わらわにふさわしき最後をそなたが用意できるまで抵抗を繰り返すことができる。そなたにそれができるか。いや、できるだろう。必ずできるさ。来いや殺し。やりにくいか。ならばいつもの調子でいこう。殺されるかよ。せめて勝てなくてもお前に勝ちを譲らない程度の嫌がらせはできるんだぜ。ほう、いい面構えだ。殺してみろ、殺してみろよ、後ろ宮バトル。おー
Wait, what? Wait. What was that? Got it done before 1. We've completed episode 4. Addition of new features. So there's Tea Party. After all that, I didn't really expect there to be a tea party, but I guess the tea party is gonna have to wait until next week. And then I believe, oh, I mean, the tea parties shouldn't take up an entire day, I assume. So I think I have the answers arcs set up. We can go right into them next week. I should double check that. I mean, I think I set everything up when I set up the questions arcs. I'll have to double check that. But dang, that was quite something. I still can't decide whether I believe in the magic or not. Yeah, this is... Huh. Yeah, rip Ange. Pepe hands. Battler, why are you stupid? She wanted to see her brother acting cool. And he ruined it. Oh, that was an episode. One of the episodes of all time. That's a lot to unpack. Should be able to read the red text at the end on the recording? Oh, yeah. I saw it was, please kill me quickly. I think there's something about if you don't... And something about coming for somebody. I don't know. Yeah, it was really hard to catch. But interesting. Very interesting. We'll have to look forward to next week. Let's see. I haven't rated anybody in a while. Let's see if anybody's live. Not really? Not really anybody that I want to raid on? Okay. Well then, I guess we'll just end here for today. Tomorrow will be more Remnant 2 Nightmare difficulty. Trying to get through that. Next week, the end of the questions arc. Yep. Nice overtime today. Yeah, I was pretty sure we were close to the end of episode 4. And I didn't want to just leave us hanging at the very end there. Yeah, 6-hour stream. The occasional 6-hour stream isn't too bad, at least so far. I don't like to do this too often. But yeah, that Cosme scene lasted for a long time. That was a little uncomfortable how long that lasted. It wasn't too bad, it was just sort of weird. But yeah, so I really wonder, like, what is going on with the magic? Because, like, the stuff with Kasumi, I could explain with Amakusa, but then whatever happened in the witch's parlor after that, bro, like, what even? And it just goes back and forth like that, like with Virgilia and the competent goat, who was then flagged to death. Like, that seems like that's just play acting, and a few other scenes there. But then, like, I I just don't know. It keeps going back and forth, and I just can't tell. See my reaction to the answers arcs? Oh boy. Been a long time since I've seen any of it. So I think it's taken us like 8 or 9 months to get through the question arcs. And I mean, we still have yet to do the tea parties for episode 4. So I wonder how long the answers arcs are going to take. Although I am going through faster now because I'm not reading the already read lines. I'm so glad I switched to not reading the characters' voiced lines anymore. Every episode should be about the same. Quite less familiar with it. Yeah, I'm very interested to see how they pull this off. Between all of this, is magic real or is it not? Like, I'm amazed that they keep this going for so long. I just cannot tell. Episode 4 felt long, but I wonder an actual length. Well, let's see. If I check the playlist for Umineko, episode 4 will have lasted 10 days. Episode 3 lasted 11. Sorry. Episode 2 lasted 9. And then episode 1 lasted 7. 1.5. So yeah, actually episode 3 was the longest. We had some long days there too. Actual length, imagine being at this point is actually only half. Variants except for one? Yeah. Huh. Man. 8 or 9 months into it, and we're only halfway through the series. But that's about what I expected, so... I am enjoying this. This must be like the longest story I've ever... Well, I don't know if it's the longest story I've ever read. Maybe. But anyway. Let's see. Right. If anybody's still hanging around and is interested in Discord, YouTube, or Twitter, there are links in chat. And you can always find them in the About section under the channel, or under the About section under the Socials banner. Umineko is actually quite a bit longer than, for example, the whole Lord of the Rings. Yeah, definitely. I have watched the entire trilogy in short order when I was younger, multiple times. Yeah, Lord of the Rings is definitely shorter. Oh, you finished Ask Libra earlier today? Yesterday. 88 hours, 100% achievement. Nice. Yeah, I do plan on eventually getting that. That was pretty fun. I enjoyed that. Yeah, I still gotta There's still a fair amount left to do in Remnant 2, depending if I do an Apocalypse run. And then we still got to go back to Wolong. And by then, well, yeah, we still got another month and a half until October or so. I don't know, we might have time before Halloween. Before the spooky month. Be quite a bit less on Not Hell, yeah. Oh my, I don't think I'll be playing it on Hell. I think I'm good with normal mode for that game. But anyway, that's gonna be it for today. So in the meantime, thank you everyone for being here. I hope you all have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. You don't even know why you did it. Sounds about right. But I'll see you around then. Oh. That's difficult. I was one above that. Oh my. Yeah, I'll see you around then. Bye-bye.